Hello. I think I'm streaming. As always, give me a few moments to get everything set up here. Oh yeah, that's right, I gotta get the checklist pulled up as well. One day I'll figure out like a more professional setup for starting a stream where I have like everything ready to go more instantly. I don't know how other streamers do it, but at least I put like VODs. VODs. I put chapters on these VODs like later on, so this crap is easy to skip later on, thankfully. I might hear like an ad for a second. Duh. Got it pretty quick that time though. Hey, welcome everyone. Welcome Grandpa's Food. Alan Vitor just got the chat open. Motto, Reichbar, Scantier. MZ Project, Jizu. Welcome everyone. Hold on, I gotta send a message in Discord. So I'm streaming, but I'm like, hey chat, I started a stream, but I gotta talk to someone for a minute. No, it's actually really relevant to what we're doing here, though, is the thing. The crazy development in the world of Vagrants. You wouldn't think I would have anything new to say about them at this point. But something very funny happened that I'll be talking about later. I'm just telling him thank you anyways, but... yeah, surprise discovery. Okay. What else was I gonna do here? Alright, just post the link in a couple places, then I'll be good to go. Hey, welcome Slenderpuff. You already found the red phantom vagrant near the broken window scanter? That's great. Okay, and then... okay. With that all out of the way... Ooh, and let me turn down. I like to have my own stream on a backup to make sure everything is working, like on a second screen here, but let me just lower the bitrate. I don't need to watch my own video in a high quality. There we go. Okay. Hey, welcome El Chico Femenino. We are headed towards Anne Orlando. Oh wait, the checklist. I'm like saying we're gonna get started, but whatever. I'll pull the game up, then I'll get the checklist pulled up. Let's go online. And let's load Mr. Mapless again. And let's get this checklist. Actually, will this work like this? Let's see. I can collapse all these other locations. And we have Anne Orlando. Okay. Oh, look at that. It should be working now. Yep. All right. It's Vagrant time. So which one do we want to work on first? Let's just go to the start of Anne Orlando. I see no reason to not do that. Just a friendly reminder for chat, I did go into New Game Plus to spawn Vagrants. That's why I saved Anne Orlando for last, because Anne Orlando was dark, and logistically that was going to be a huge pain in the ass for, like, reloading and dying and stuff here. But what that means is, since I'm in New Game Plus, if anyone also wants to Gravelord along at the same time to get extra Gravelords in my world, why not? In some cases, will that make certain Vagrant runbacks more of a pain in the ass? Maybe. But I will never complain, ever, about seeing Gravelord Black Phantoms on the way to see a Vagrant. If anything, that's extremely cool. Oh yeah, how are we doing on stuff, though? How are we doing on stuff? This might be a refuel moment. No, you don't need to be the Gravelord is the person who hosts for multiplayer activity, so it's the Gravelord who needs the boss alive when they're Gravelording. But as the victim of the Gravelord, it doesn't matter if you're human or hollow, it doesn't matter if your boss is still there or not. Yeah, so we can still be Gravelorded without weren't seen. And so that's why at the end of the last stream I was kind of like kicking myself, being like, wait, why was I so pressed for seeing Gravelord Black Phantoms like on going through the level? Like, we're gonna be here for a while. Plenty of opportunity to see them. Yeah, let's go to the Undead Parish and restock on things. So something I learned from Carl about the dupe glitch here is that something you haven't been seeing me do on stream with the dupe glitch is you have to set it up by glitching out the longsword. And I was kind of wondering, like, how does it persist, right? Like it's really weird to me you don't have to do that with Andre every time. Like, how does it keep the stored value? Apparently everything gets confused when you glitch the longsword and buy it based on the one on your inventory, right? So I haven't tried any dupes yet in New Game Plus, and I was thinking like, oh, am I gonna have to, like, you know, redo that part of the glitch again? But I still have the same glitched longsword. So it should just work. Pretty excited about that. Well, yeah, and also I still have Gwendolyn alive anyway, so I still have an area boss, but even without that, as the recipient of Gravelord activity, you don't need any bosses or anything. What am I doing? What am I doing? Purchase item, pretend to buy the longsword, walk away.
Oi!
Brightness dupe. I'm getting really good on the timing of the brightness dupe. I get it much more often than not now. Yeah, let's see how this... Let's just get through all of them.
What? Oi!
Nope, not that. And you know what? Let's get ourselves. This time I'll do rubbish. Let's get another 2 good Vagrant drift items dupes. Oh wait, I forgot to put at the top of the inventory, at the bottom. One weird thing about the good Vagrant in the Silver Knight room, it'll follow your sword hit sounds and spawns at half HP. Yeah, I gotta remember to lock on to all the good Vagrants to see like how much health they have. Maybe that happens with all good Vagrants. I just never noticed before, which is incredibly funny. And sorry, I'm a little slower in reading chat when I do the dupe glitches, because I'm like, I know, I'm already really slow at doing the dupe glitches, and I'm like, oh, if I read chat, it's just my brain will break, and it'll, it'll be here all day. Okay, so we're full on transient curses, so we just gotta do rubbish, humanity, and twin humanities now. Okay. Hey, welcome back, Simon.
Oi. Oi.
Oi. Oh, did I put all the rubbish in a box like an idiot? Was I not paying? Is your video of how to set up the dupe glitch? I don't know if there's a good one. Like Carl sent me like a personalized one, like in Discord. So I can try to explain it, but trying to explain it live is going to be a little clumsy, I think. But basically, what you do is, and again, no, I've not done this. Only applies to PC, which I think you're on if you're trying to help spawn vagrants. You want to hover over the arrows, like you're going to go buy arrows. And what you do is, so you hover over it in the sense that like it's highlighted like orange right now, right? Or red or amber, whatever color you want to call that. But then you take your mouse cursor, and with the mouse you hover over the left, because we could be clicking left or right to like scroll through his menu. All right, so we have the standard arrow highlighted, and then we have the mouse over the left thing. And basically, you want to press like A or confirmation on your controller or keyboard. I think you can do it keyboard at the same time. Yeah, E purchase. Does that? I think E. I'll do it on the keyboard. E purchase and left click at the same time, basically. And if you do it correctly, you should scroll over to the longsword, but apply the purchase arrow thing to the longsword at the same time. Now, see there, I scrolled by accident. Maybe it was with controller and mouse. Let me try controller and mouse. I don't remember. No. There, no. Purchase for 1,000. Basically, that's what you do, though. You highlight the standard arrow. You click on it to bring up the purchase menu, but you want to click left at the same time so that the quantity of purchase applies to when the longsword is actually highlighted at the same time. So
I'll be seeing you then. Be careful.
So, yeah. Something to that effect. And then, if you can, then just buy a bunch of longswords. It works with 100. I bought like 100 longswords at once. And then that's all. Then that's all you do. Once you own in your inventory, you don't have to have it equipped. You don't have to do anything with it. But just simply having this longsword in your inventory, when you go to do the rest of the dupe glitch, then you just do it as I've been doing it on stream, which is highlight the longsword like you're gonna buy it, walk away, and then do the brightness dupe. Which there, if you look up like brightness dupe, there should be video tutorials on that half of it. Let's see. Yeah, I did store all of the rubbish when I meant to. I'm gonna pull one more out and just dupe that, and then we're good to finally get started. Yes, exactly, Zero. You'll know which weapon is duped because it's insanely heavy, because it thinks it's like 100 longswords at once. So I'm over encumbered. Just by equipping a longsword. A weapon that should be lighter than the other weapon I was just carrying. It was very funny. Okay, so rubbish is at the top of the menu.
What?
It's not the damage of 100 longswords, though. Correct. It couldn't help us out in that way.
Oi!
Okay. And at this point, out of paranoia, I'm going to... Because I've reordered stuff in the menu so many times that I know it's going to fight me on it soon. You reorder stuff too much, and the game gets mad. So I'm going to do reset order. Oops. And then put stuff back where I want it. And did that reset my rings? It did, unfortunately, which I'd like to have. Okay. Alright, finally good to get on the Vagrant grind now. And how long do we go? Oh, we have some gear we can repair. Unfortunately, with the stream delay, it's impossible to know what questions you might be having about the... Sorry about that. I'm like, it said it gets mad. I don't remember what I was talking about. I was like, what? Sorry. Oh yeah. The item order. Yeah. It gets to a point where if you reorder your items too much, it gets to a point where it stops working, and items won't get reordered where you want them to. So every now and again, I just reset order to avoid that. Okay. So we are going to check here for good vagrants. This is the location of good elevator base. He's just like right where I'm standing right now. So we'll be checking for him, and I think just dropping item bags down here is a perfectly good hiding spot. Why not? And then the evil vagrant we'll look for is base of Gwynevere statue, which is what it sounds like. It is in the painting guardian room at the base of that statue. So we'll lose humanity in there. I'm sure it has to correspond to that. Oh, awesome food. Yeah, that'll be helping a ton. So the issue here is like draw groups. Like, I'm sure it has to drop from back. I remember seeing the Vagrant from far away in the past, so it definitely drops from here. But I'll still run like halfway along to be sure. I know it's not pulling some shit where you have to like land, like get off the rafters to see the Vagrant. I know you can see it from up here. So this is as good as any other place to lose your bloodstain. Ah, yeah, look at that. Drift item bag immediately. That's great. Yeah, it's no Gravelord Snakeman across the bridge and sends, exactly. I don't miss, like, the mapless run getting on top of this elevator. Which surprisingly wasn't as big of a hassle as it could have been. I mean, we definitely had some trouble there. I definitely missed the elevator a handful of times, but, like... It was this. It was not remembering... Again, it was thinking that this buttress was further to the right somewhere. That really screwed with me. I went down here and actually forgot to check for the good Vagrant. Do I know where the Vagrant will respawn if you drop a bag or bloodstains in the Darkmoon Tomb Bonfire? I don't, but I'll pull out Smithbox in a little bit and start double checking some locations. But yeah, in the meantime, it wouldn't hurt to keep spamming some there. Ah, Hot Pocket is here to help check. Thank you. Wait, so Hot Pocket, have you? Don't feel. I'll catch everyone up on what's going on. So don't feel free to like have to read all that now. But have you seen my posts in the last couple days in the data mining channel about the Vagrant mystery? Because oh boy, have we discovered something kind of ridiculous. I forgot to pop humanity. Hold on. Oh, he already de-aggroed. Okay, cool. Because like I'm excited to share this with chat. Okay. So you're caught up on it, but I was like, yeah, if you didn't already know, I was excited to tell you about it. So, very interesting mystery happened. I got a comment on a person by the handle of Axel on one of my Vagrant streams here, on one of the VODs. It was like on like the 4th episode or whatever. Being like, wait, what's going on? I saw Vagrants in like in a weird place in Darkroot, and they're like, I have a screenshot of it, and it's very back and forth, right? Like YouTube comments are the greatest place to have a conversation. So it started off very like scattered, like, I guess I can upload an image somewhere, and I'm having them upload the image to Imager, but like YouTube comment doesn't like links, so like we have to like, he had to like do it like Alpha Tango, like he had to like imply the URL basically before I could even see the photo album. Right, because those comments get like nuked immediately. They don't even show up as like hidden comments for me. I don't even have like moderation tools that could reveal those kind of comments. So like, so he ultimately he sends me a screenshot of a Vagrant in a weird place in the Darkroot Garden. It's by the cliff near Alvina. It's in the same place that we saw them in the Royal Wood, basically, in the DLC, like on that cliff, but in Darkroot. And it's like, huh, an evil Vagrant isn't supposed to be there. The evil Vagrant is like closer to Sif. So I'm like, what the hell? There's no way he lured it that far throughout the level and just like thought it spawned there. Like you would have to intentionally lead it across the level. And so I'm trying to figure out like what the hell is going on. And then ultimately he uploads some more clips to, so I kind of like file that away to being like, what's going on? Then he sends me another clip of a good Vagrant and an evil Vagrant in completely wrong locations in the Darkroot Garden. So at this point I'm like, what the actual fuck? Like what is, multiple times, like what is happening here? I'm like, is this someone like modding the game messing with me? But I had no reason to think so. It didn't look suspicious. But I looked at the locations, and something that we know about Vagrant spawn locations is that they were different in the unpatched version of the game. A bunch of Gravelord locations and Vagrant locations were different originally. And his locations were a perfect match for the 1.0. But there's an obvious problem with that, is like, you can't go online in unpatched Dark Souls, right? Like, so like, what the fuck? What does that mean? Like, did he somehow go online with the unpatched version of Dark Souls? So I was wondering if that was like some undiscovered issue this whole time. Like, oh, if like, he also said he was playing the original version of Dark Souls, the 360 version on Xbox Series S, you know, right? Like through backwards compatibility. And So I'm just trying to figure out, like, okay, when they made the game backwards compatible, did they screw something up and, like, people who have the unpatched version can now take it online? Like, that seems pretty implausible, but, like, what other explanation could there be? So, thankfully, he winds up getting, hey, welcome, JK Leeds. Great to see you here. So then, ultimately, I ask him a series of questions, because he's not, like, super familiar with 1.0 off the top of his head, like, what the differences are. So I sent him on, like, a sort of mission to find out. Like, I sent him to New Londo Ruins, and he confirmed that the ghosts were dropping souls. So it's like, okay, your game is patched, but you're getting unpatched Vagrant locations, and you're online. What does that mean? How can part of your game be unpatched while it is patched and you're online? Like, that doesn't make any sense. So, to go really, to make a long story short, basically, Darkroot Garden has two different maps in the files. One if you own the DLC, and one if you don't own the DLC. And Xbox has, like, a patching system that the PlayStation 3 didn't also have. It's like .msp files. And so basically what appears to have happened is, because they split Darkroot into two different instances, we think they screwed up the patching file for Darkroot. So if you own the original version of Dark Souls on Xbox 360, but it's patched to go online, Darkroot Garden specifically is not patched correctly, and no one ever knew this. Like, this is a brand new discovery. Does it have any meaningful implications for Darkroot? Wait. TK found that PS3 does use MSP, so it might happen on PlayStation 3 as well. Yeah, so this is all to say, very long story short, convoluted story that I'm trying to retrace my steps while half playing the game, so I'm doing a terrible job of recounting it. Yeah, basically, Darkroot didn't patch correctly in the original version of the game. So it has old Vagrant locations, which were normally impossible to see. It has old Gravelord Black Phantom locations, again, normally impossible to see. And something that person didn't get to check for me yet, but I remember that Shiva's bodyguard used to have a different placement in 1.0. The bodyguard used to be, like, right on the cliff edge. Hey, we got the evil Vagrant. So that's the other thing I want to find out. I want to find out if the bodyguard is, like, also in the wrong spot. I think it should be. So very silly. So that means the implication here for the see all Vagrant locations run is I can only do all Vagrant locations in the game as it exists. You know, I can't show alternate 1.0 Vagrant locations, but if I was playing on Xbox 360, I could in just the Darkroot Garden. Very funny, very silly. All right. There we go. Evil Vagrant obtained. So we're going to get him checked off the checklist. That is Evil by Base of Gwynevere statue. And we're going to update the master count here to 86 out of 93. It is coming along. We're in the final stretch. And, you know, I'm going to leave him alone. Part of me is terrified of him aggroing. There could be weird nav meshes on that platform connecting to the windows, like the same way you roll off that platform to get up to the Divine Blessing. I don't want the Vagrant trying, because he'll totally miss that and fall to his death. We would be lucky if he just stood there and shot at us, but if he tries walking anywhere, there's a chance he dies. So we're just going to leave him be and send him off to someone else. Oh, yes, I missed the question from JK there. Yeah, this is completely unmodded. We are literally just spamming the network with Vagrants until we get them at every location in the game. A process that would have taken a ridiculous amount of time otherwise, but since chat is helping out, people in chat are just constantly dropping items and losing bloodstains, it goes a lot faster. The most effort it's ever taken, like there was one spot in Darkroot Basin where one particular good Vagrant took like 3 hours. There was another evil Vagrant in like New Londa Ruins that took like 4 hours. But other than that, like some have been like back to back to back. So yeah, the fact that this 11th stream might be the last one, maybe it'll take 12 streams, but that's like really, really good. If I was doing this on my own, this would have taken dozens of streams. So I guess I should look for the next evil Vagrant at the same time. Why not? It's a bit of a longer run back to be connecting to this. It slows things down for checking this good Vagrant location. And the run back to the archers, I don't know what the fastest run back to the archers is. We can go inside the... Oh, I never even opened the main hall door, so I'm gonna have to fix that at some point. Or back to the Chamber of Princess and go open that. I'm like, would it be faster to rest at the Solaire bonfire and just run around through the interior, come out that door, and go back around to the archers? Like, I feel like that could be faster. Anything else further into the level, I wouldn't even bother with checking at this point, though. Like, Oh, actually, I forgot that we did pass another good Vagrant location on the way here. So yeah, let's put 3 Vagrant locations into our routine. I think that's kind of the first time this run we'll be doing that. So yeah, evil Vagrant spawns like right where I'm standing. So we will check here and lose bloodstains here. There we go. Rickbar says, something I want to ask. Vigor items have this transformation where a transient curse becomes a talisman, back to a curse, and lastly to a purging stone. Do other items also transform? Yes, all of them go through some sort of metamorphosis like that. But you can't ever start further in that process, though. Like the table I made on Wikidot, it's only the item dropped columns are items that you can drop. But like, yeah, an item you drop can turn into something else. But like, you can't drop a like they could become prism stones at some point or whatever, but you can't drop prism stones to spawn a Vagrant. I keep forgetting to check for this Vagrant. Yeah, we'll drop an item here. We'll do double duty. We'll drop an item here, and we'll drop one where the other good Vagrant is. That's correct, Rickbar. Yeah, and the Black Knight sword would only work if it's upgraded to I don't remember the requirement. +3. I don't remember how a unique category weapon works or whatever. But yeah, sadly someone won't get it. Yeah. They won't get what you dropped. Okay, so the other good Vagrant location, the location here is ridiculous. It's someone in chat is already... Yes. Be wary of strange creature. Exactly. Awesome. So we're checking there for a good Vagrant as well. You're incredibly patient to have done this project, Illusory. Thanks. Like, I honestly kind of just do this for fun every now and again. I'm not going to pretend like I do it that commonly, but like once in a blue moon. if I was just like not do like listening to a podcast, like, oh, maybe I'll throw in Dark Souls Remastered and like just like drop a few items in a corner somewhere. But the last return to Lordran, though, just a few months ago, I actually did it like a kind of fair amount on PC and PlayStation, and that's when it hit me. I was just like, why am I not streaming this? Like, I knew I was about to start streaming soon, that I wanted to do the mapless run, and I was just like, okay. Instead of just doing this on my own, quietly listening to a podcast or something, I could just be doing this with like other people. Why do I lose HP there randomly? It is a fall damage bug. Something with sloped surfaces. I don't know why I dropped the rubbish in the whatever. Yeah, it's basically if you've played Elden Ring before and you've like jumped down a bunch of steep hills with like torrent, then at the very bottom you jump and die from a height that clearly was not a lethal fall. It's the same bug basically, coming back in an alternate form. Whereas like slope surfaces kind of confuse the game, and like don't treat it like you've actually landed. Hey, welcome Grapefruit. Yeah, it's very consistent there on the buttress. There's a few places it can happen in Dark Souls 1. There's one spot like in... There's probably a bunch of places if you really go to find like really weird slopes in random places, but like... there's one in the Valley of Drakes near the Undead Dragon. Like there's a kind of perch you can go up to kind of like look above him, hugging the wall, so like running up and down that can make it happen. Yeah, all the Dark Souls 3 version is like even harder to understand at first because you're not... We got the good Vagrant here already and he's gone. Blink and you miss it. It's on the VOD. As much as I love to stop and look at the Vagrants as long as I can, you can click back in the timeline there. We got him. Lightning quick. Again, see, with chat helping out, it makes things go so much faster. That is ridiculous. So that was good. Vagrant on the hidden mini buttress. And we will update the master counts to 87 out of 93. It is possible to see that one without scaring off. I might, because it's not really that far out of the way. I'll take another look again on the way to the evil vagrants, because you can poke the camera out and see them there. But yeah, 2 vagrants already. Wild. Yeah, start dropping items. Well, if I already had the evil vagrant, I wouldn't know. That's what I get for reading chat at the same time. So we're still looking for some at the elevator base. We haven't gotten one down there yet. So, or you could be dropping them by the Solaire bonfire. You know, any room, any hiding place you can think of near the Solaire bonfire. Like maybe if you go behind the Lose Your Wall to Havel's gear. Actually, the room leading to Havel has a bunch of breakable objects in it. You could try hiding bags underneath those breakable objects. I think that'd be a pretty good spot to hide them. That won't correspond to the good vagrant location I'm looking for at this very second, but that would correspond to the Silver Knight Trio location. So either here or there. Okay. I gotta remember to use humanity like sooner, right? Because it's just like, it's stupid if I'm like suddenly being attacked by enemies and need to pop humanity. Yes, yeah, it's a Grave Lord. You have to be level 164 at the bare minimum. I realize these are inconvenient levels, but if you're duping items, then duping soul items, I guess, is probably no issue. You can only dupe quantity use items, though. Right? Or stackable or soul? No, boss souls are stackable. I don't know what I'm talking about. Ignore me. I can't believe we got that. I spent a long time spawning that Vagrant into existence. See, I should take fall damage. Did I avoid it? Ah, I avoided it. Is there any way you can leave a bloodstain but can't leave a message? I wouldn't think so. I feel like they're probably bound to the same... Oh yeah, doing the humanity on the elevator is a good time for it. Good call. Oh, there's a drift item bag. I'll just leave that one be. Very good. Yeah, this is like this is a pretty long run back, but we're checking 3 different, well, now 2 different Vagrant locations. I guess 3 if you count the Black Phantom version of the Archer. We also have to get here. This might not be the most efficient, though. I'm thinking maybe we should just be checking for only the good Vagrant at the base every time. We'll see. I think whether you're sprinting or, like, depending on how you come in and out of a sprint, it might affect the likelihood of taking the fall damage there. I don't really know the exact specifics of that. I'll have to be on the lookout for, like, other streams that we could do that could have community participation, but, you know, my average stream is going to be more, you know, just me doing, like, a challenge run or a weird modded run or whatever. But this in particular is something special. I think, like, this is a lot of fun. Spawning the Vagrants with everyone. This elevator not being on a pressure plate is so annoying. Hey, illusory wall. Given the amount of people in chat who've left themed messages specifically for me to find, I'm assuming that's about me, but, like, being a dead end, there's always a chance that someone just, you know, put a wall that's the message that says illusory wall next to it. That is specifically, though. That's got to be because of what we're doing right now. Yeah, what a waste of electricity to run that elevator all night. Exactly. Oh, you think that's probably your message, Swood? Awesome. Yeah, we got this Vagrant again. So, it's fun just looking at him again. A bit more time to gander. Just, it is such a fun use of the game space, right? Because, like, what an obscure corner of the map this is. Like, this is the type of bullshit if you're trying to play, like, a hide-and-go-seek without going out of bounds, you know? Like, what are the most obscure places you could go in Dark Souls 1 without going out of bounds? Like, this is pretty up there. Right, you have, like, that. There's, like, some weird nooks in Firelink Shrine. If you could, like, go up the stairs near the elevator, then you can go into, like, this little room space, sort of. But yeah, this occupies the same kind of headspace for me. The second you, like, you know, maybe in your first playthrough, you walk down here, hit the wall once, look over the edge, realize there's nothing here. You'll never go back here ever again. Like, the other Vagrant should have been on the opposite one. It would have been very funny if the one on the other side had, like, an evil Vagrant. Oh yeah, also try to look up to the cathedral. I don't think it's that close to the broken window that I would see it through it, and I feel like... Would it be drawn from the outside? It might be. It might be. Because you can see the sentinels inside from outside. Because I know it's near the broken window, but I don't think it's so... Oh, you're saying look because there's a funny draw group error. Gotcha. I thought you had a clever way to turn it into adding another Vagrant to this run. Look up to the cathedral after I cross the rotating bridge. Inside the cathedral's main hall correspond to? That should correspond to the one by the broken window and the Silver Knight trio. Yeah. By Cathedral Main Hall, I of course assume you mean like the room outside Ornstein and Smo. Wait, so are there draw group shenanigans here when I step off the bridge? That wouldn't surprise me. I'm stepping onto a new chunk of map. Oh yeah. Like, oh yeah, look at the roof. You can see some stuff like the gates teleporting. We can see look at the Batwing Demon on the left and the item appearing in and out of existence. But yeah, no, the roof is going funny from here. Yeah, there's other stuff too, like the iron bars for the gates over here. I love these gates because, like, by far from the first person to notice this, but something that gets noticed more often is like, oh, Anor Londo is built for like giants and humans or whatever, right? So it's reflected in the staircase. Small steps, big steps. We have small elevator, big elevator. After you defeat Ornstein and Smo. But like, that's what these are. Small door, giant door. You know? We are opening small doors within them, but that reason for the door within a door design matches like everything else they have going on over here. Door within a door. Here, we don't open the small door because the big door is open. Love that. So I've seen like the stairs and the elevators mentioned more often, but like not the gates as much. Do I think the tower with the two Batwing demons in it counts as a Zeeb? Oh my god, here we have a Zeeb, folks. There's an actual Zeeb over here. This counts as one more than the the actual gazebo. If Chad has no idea what we're talking about, this is nonsense from the last stream where we were interrogating why is the Battle of Stoicism gazebo even called a gazebo? Like what is like why? That's a hallway. That's not a gazebo. This is more like it's an honorary gazebo. I mean, why not? It's a platform with like a roof above it. But yeah, we were all into gazebo discourse and came up with the slang of Zeeb for gazebo. Yeah, I like how in that stream I was kind of like, well, maybe there's like a broader, like older use for the word gazebo that I'm not thinking of that justifies like where they use it in the game, and the only kind I know of is like the ones you see in a park. Then Hot Pocket like checked the Wikipedia and is like, no, nothing about nothing about the Battle of Stoicism gazebo justifies it being called a gazebo. Like, what are they? How did they come up with that name? And another drift item bag. Yeah, I would love to. I wonder what the area title card says in Japanese. It's funny because Loki, who does like tons of Japanese translations and has their lore webpage and everything, gets asked questions all the time about like how things translate from Japanese into these games, and that I feel like would be the funniest request, like because everyone's like looking for like deeper lore, like implications, and like, hey, the way I got lifted there was kind of cool, but meanwhile we're just like, why is it a gazebo? Hey, yeah, if that's the definition of a gazebo, this is a gazebo. Like, yes, it's also a tower, but no one said a gazebo couldn't be on top of a tower, so why not? Like, they're not usually towers, but there aren't any rules. Well, that's the thing, Maru, is that, like, one of the arenas might be sort of structured like that, but they just call like the entrance area. Like the title card pops up when you're like outside the the arenas, so that just makes it feel really weird. That's kind of the vibe though. It feels like they might be referring to like one of the arenas and then have the name apply to all of them. I don't know. I feel like what they were probably going for was like Battle of Stoicism Atrium, right? That's probably what it should have been called. And they just picked the wrong word. That's right, Savidia. So you can't escape the gazebo discourse. It's back. Oh, it doesn't say between matches that you'll, quote, return to the gazebo. Yeah. Yeah, so it really is just the entrance area that they're calling gazebo, which is very distinctly not a gazebo. Battle of Stoicism placebo. Oh, shit. But yeah, I'm so stoked about the discovery that, with the weird patching issues on the Xbox 360, and possibly the PS3 too, who knows, that gives players of the original version of Dark Souls on those systems outdated Vagrant placements that we didn't think were possible to see anymore. Does something named gazebo have to be one? Oh, that's a good philosophical question right there. I often think of like that Simpsons joke where it's like, we hereby sentence you to Monster Island. Don't worry, it's just a name. Then it cuts to Lisa like running away from monsters, being like with some other guy like, I thought they said it was just a name. It's like, Monster Island's actually a peninsula. So fucking stupid. Exactly, Scantier. That's what makes it even more ridiculous. Then, like, are you really trapped there? Then, if it's it's like that. This is not a pipe image, except a screenshot of the gazebo saying this is a gazebo. That would be a funny short video. Why is this called the gazebo? There's like Dark Souls smoke spot videos, and I feel like gazebo entrance could be another one. Why? Because absolutely no one is going to bother you there. You're not going to see a single other person there. It's highly private. How many words rhyme with gazebo? There's Max Rebo from Star Wars. And that's it. That's literally the only thing. Amiibo? Amiibo. Yeah. When they first announced the Solaire amiibo, and you know Dark Souls coming to the Switch, I held out some hope that with bringing Dark Souls to the Nintendo, quote unquote, that Solaire would be like a Smash Brothers character. Not that I even play Smash Brothers, but like that would have been extremely cool. We're back to placebo. Longbow. I feel like you need the Ebo. Oh, well, there we go. There's one Ebo. Yeah, I just popped up in chat. I just realized I just said it. Ebo. Yeah. Ebo is an actual thing. It's an instrument for sustaining notes on a guitar. Electric bow. I forgot to drop a bag, I think. There's some really like out of the way areas you can be dropping bags here, like not that no one ever drops here, but oh, Haribo, yeah, like the candy. Oh, but I could see, yeah. Not everyone pronounces that in a way that would rhyme. Etrian Odyssey. Yeah, I don't know much about Etrian Odyssey, aside from the fact that I did play a good bit of it, like the DS game. Did I actually ever finish it? I don't think I did, but I remember it had a kick-ass soundtrack. But yeah, if they ever made like more installments or sequels or like whatever, I never played any of those, so I don't really know anything about Etrian Odyssey as like a IP or franchise, but definitely put some hours into the DS game. There's 3 of them on the DS. That's cool. Yeah, I got it because the soundtrack. I got it because of the soundtrack. I remember thinking, I'd seen the trailer and thinking, oh, this is a really appealing sound. And look at that. We have. Look at this asshole. Like, what are you supposed to do about that? I'm not going to take a chance on it right now because I don't want to die and kick off the... You know, I don't want it to die by accident and set off the timer, but, like, I don't even know if you can actually safely run around that. I think it sort of body blocks you. So it's really nasty. So good. Yeah, and I was saying this before, but I think in future Return to Lordrans, which is quite a way off because it's like in January, you know? I think it's in January. But I'm definitely going to make just like a few Vagrant parties a thing during Return to Lordran. Where it'll be fun to spam them in a few popular places, but here especially. Like, I just want to just, like, everyone in chat, you know, during a Return to Lordran, just dying here with 5 humanity over and over and over. It would be so funny for, like, everyone playing online to be getting an evil Vagrant here. You can run around the Black Phantom one. So, the reason we have 2 different ones to check off in this location is because they are physically in the exact same spot, but it is an issue of them being rotated differently again. The evil Vagrant starts off facing us, facing this direction. So it's possible that we probably could actually technically run around this one again. I think you're just cutting it very close, but having to hug the edge. Oh, look at this bloodstains pop up. So that is Evil Archer's Regular. And we get to update the text count. 88 out of 93. And yeah, like I said, I'm just gonna send this one off, leave him be. Drift item back right in the path. Yeah, sometimes not hiding the bags has its own, especially in a stream like this, has its own benefits. Because, like, sure, if it's not hidden, it's more likely for a random player to find it and pick it up. So its odds of actually becoming a good Vagrant are lower than that of a well-hidden bag. But, like, triggering the cooldown of someone who's not involved with what we're doing isn't the worst thing in the world, because it just kind of takes them out of the equation. So it's a way to kind of, like, take a few randos out while we're at it. It ensures that, you know, I get to see it, which is also fun. Yeah, like a bit of like morale boost. I'm seeing more Vagrant activity. Yeah, because like some of them, if you were hiding them like really like behind the elevator, like on the outside of it in really wild places, like, you know, I'm never gonna see it. Hey, welcome back, Keeper Dace. Yes, knocking them out. Although this will, the progression here will grind to a halt. Like, a pretty good start, but like the fact that we have 2 specifically Black Phantom evil Vagrants, those are always a lot more work, unless we get really lucky. No, it said Expector. Yeah, they didn't pull the thing with the same thing with the good Vagrants at all. So yeah, that's why in this whole run there's occasional Black Phantom evil Vagrants we have to check off, but never the good Vagrants. Oh yeah, like some misaligned texture stuff on the elevator. Come on, good Vagrant. Not yet. Yeah, that's right. Hot Pocket. Yeah, it would be, that's what's so weird is, like, the Black Phantom variants of the good Vagrants are the exact same entity in the map data. It just knows how to change them dynamically. So it's like, oh, well, why didn't they do that with the evil Vagrants then? You know, like... Like, it is strange that they duplicated evil Vagrants and had technically a slightly different, like, you know, ID/spot for the evil Vagrant when it becomes this Black Phantom form, but they just didn't set up good Vagrants the same way. Oh, that's not a bad idea, Hot Pocket. Yeah, because technically there are a lot of different kinds of good Vagrants in the sense of, like, what items they can drop and stuff like that, too. So the system for evil Vagrants is, like, a little simpler, so maybe they just kind of, like, weren't thinking about it as much and just kind of did a simpler implementation. So I was sent something, and I don't mean to be, like, too hard or like, dunk on, like, a 4-year-old video or whatever, but it was kind of interesting. In the process of adding that person on Discord who sent me the weird Vagrant stuff earlier, I just realized, like, I have, like, a bunch of, like, friend requests from people who I don't know who they are, and, like, old spam message requests. Like, basically that stuff kind of piled up, and I never kept a close eye on it. But I did just, like, start going through more, like, older message requests, finally responding to some of them, and just, like, seeing, like, oh, okay, like, some of these were spam, some people had, like, legitimate questions that I feel kind of bad that I missed. And there was an interesting one where there was, like, an old, like, game theory video, which has since been, like, delisted or removed, and I can see why, that was sort of, like, pitching this idea that, like, you could use, like, the music of the Dancer of the Boreal Valley in Dark Souls 3 to, like, inform you of the attack timings or something. Like, it was kind of... It was a bit of a strange video that didn't really make sense, and what was said in it was incorrect. But also the Escapists, like, 4 years ago, had, like, a video, like, analyzing some design elements in Bloodborne. And it sort of had a chapter, again, kind of going for, like, a similar talking point, where it's kind of, like, analyzing, like, the music in the game, but in a way suggesting that it could help you, like, understand the rhythms of the boss fights. You know, they're talking about, like, the music of Gascoigne being 4/4, and you could use, like, his attack timings to help you. I don't know what they were going for, but, yeah, it was, like, hard disagree. Hard. I'm like, nope, none of this is correct. I don't know. Like, ooh, there's a lot of fall damage on the buttress that time. It's kind. it's kind of interesting to me because it's sort of like rhythmic pareidolia, right? Like feeling like you sense rhythms and things and trying to make something out of it on a thematic level, like thinking it ties to the game music in some way, but it's like, nah. Yeah, no, Jisoo, it definitely makes no sense. Yeah, it's not legit. And it's interesting because both of the videos make the same mistake where, like, they don't really make a good argument for it actually being a thing. They just kind of, like, say it's a thing. But I'm like, okay, if it's a thing, like, count along to the boss attacks and demonstrate it. Like, show me, like, what they are. So they'll kind of vaguely say, like, you can count along to the music, and then they'll kind of say, like, you could count to the boss rhythms, but they don't really articulate what they mean by that. It's kind of like there's two different ways it could go, right? Like, you could be alleging that it literally syncs with the game music, which it definitely doesn't. But they don't quite make that claim. Like the older video, the game theory one, was sort of talking about, like, the dancer music being in 3/4. And then it's like you could count the boss's attacks in 3/4, but I'm like, wait, pump the brakes there. Wait, so you're saying the music in 3/4, we could count like the boss attacks in 3/4, or like they're kind of alleging that the boss attacks are in 3/4. It's like they're having a more, not like saying like you could, but like they are, which is like that doesn't make any sense. So if you're not saying it's literally tied to the music in game, which it demonstrably isn't, then are you asking us to say like we're supposed to imagine that the attacks are in 3/4 because the game music is in 3/4, but then if it's not the same, if it's not tied to it, then we'd have to imagine another invisible beat that doesn't exist. We would have to ignore the game music and imagine our own imaginary beat and tempo despite the music already happening. That's ludicrous. And they were talking about like how it could like help you with the rhythm of the fight. I'm like, no, that is not how that's not how any of this works. Like the idea of like disregarding music that's playing and trying to imagine your own beat completely unrelated to it while it's happening is just like, at that point it's you just have to like drop the music theme to it. You could say like combat has a rhythm. That's like you could say there is a rhythm to combat, but trying to really put like time signatures to it and like ascertain some sort of meaning out of the game music, which clearly doesn't relate to it. Like I didn't get what they were going for. So yeah, it's not legit. It's the type of thing too, like if you have a boss attack that's, let's say a boss hits like 3 times in a row kind of rapidly, waits a little bit, then hits again. You could go out of your way to try to like transcribe that, right? You could say if it's 3 hits, maybe it's like something that's similar to like 1 and 2, and a little bit of a hit could be beat 4. So it could be like 1 and 2, 4, right? Like that could be, so if a boss attacks dut 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 dut, you could sort of like, okay, you could like map that to something. But the problem with putting that to a time signature in the first place, that there's no context for that beat. And on top of that, the enemy's attack timings are dependent like on RNG, you know, enemy positioning. Like if you run away from the boss, they have to approach you and they're going to attack when they're within a certain distance of you. So it's not like those attacks are ever set to loop on any sort of consistent timing. Like a specific combo will have a timing to it, but that's just like one measure at most by itself. And one measure by itself, if you can't say like, oh, that same attack combo is going to happen 4 measures later on the downbeat, it's like one loose made up measure floating in space is not musical. You know, like it's not like that doesn't, you can't use, yeah, I don't know. So they didn't really like account for that in both of the videos that I watched. They didn't really address that, how like, sure, any looping thing that's kind of repetitive, you could force a loop on it and arbitrarily say like, oh, it's this rhythm and this time signature. But if the start and endpoints to it are just floating in space and there's no consistency to when those things happen, than trying to like graft a musical thing to it. And in a way where you're saying that the actual boss music, understanding the boss music is helpful in some way. I'm like, no, those things just aren't related at all. Thank you, Sabo Tower. They really hope no musicians watch those videos. That's definitely, yeah, that's what it feels like. Yeah, because I think it's usually musicians in the comments who are commenting, being like, what? What are you talking about? Oh, we got this one again. Fancy to see you here. Except not, because if we're going for the Black Phantom, we're probably going to see a bunch of you before, you know, we get that one. Hey, welcome, Big Wappa. Oh, wait. I'm just catching now, a while ago in chat, not to bring up the gazebo again, but I looked up the area is called in Japanese, they called it a waiting area. Yeah, still doesn't... So it's just someone mistranslated. They didn't come up with the right term. It should have been atrium. Hall. Entrance. Anything. Lobby. Yeah, lobby. Lobby's one of those things that works in universe and as gamers speak. You know, like... Vestibule. I see. No, vestibule is like in the same space as a gazebo in my head, being like, I can identify a vestibule. Do I actually know the correct like definition though? Like I know the vestibule on a tent is like on a camping tent. If there's like a broader use for the term though, I have no idea. I've never seen it. Yeah, a Souls rhythm game would absolutely go hard. Yeah, basically just like the Crypt of the Necrodancer, but like in 3D with Souls-like combat mechanics, you know? So like an enemy, a boss lets off like a crazy flurry of attacks, and that's when you know to like roll, jump, roll, like whatever, you know, like... I forgot to pop humanity, but whatever. The last Bloodstained had humanity, it's still gonna help. Battle Stoicism Call of Duty lobby. Vestibule is an antechamber, hall, or lobby next to the outer door of a building. There we go. Oh, hey, we got the Black Phantom one here. Fancy, look at that. Very cool. He's a little further back than I remembered. I thought he was closer to like the dead end spot where I was dropping item bags. Awesome, look at that guy. Let's get him checked off. That is good elevator base. And change that to 89 out of 93. Making really good progress. It's always fun when we get a Black Phantom too. Like how every time I jump back into the game, the window suddenly like scrolls over. Yeah, I'm gonna let him run off and go to someone else. Goodbye. Have I ever heard of, I don't even know how to pronounce that. Logia? I don't know what that is. Oh yeah. And then you're absolutely right, Hot Pocket. Yeah. Let's go to another bonfire. Yeah. Now that we don't have to keep checking for that good Vagrant. Yes. Yeah, I wasn't timing those runbacks, but it feels like, again, I don't think the Darkmoon Tomb bonfire is going to be any much better, if at all, because you'd have to ride the elevator. No. You'd have to ride it and send it back down, you know, and pull it back down every time. No, that sounds terrible. Yeah. Our new home is going to be the Solaire bonfire. Or maybe Chamber of Princess. I don't know, because you could drop down and run across the room. Yeah, I don't know what's more efficient. Would I go hollow in Dark Souls, or would I thrive with my Vagrant knowledge? Yeah, I feel like I could last a good amount of time, probably. Maybe I'd be like a Donal of Zena sort. Like, something is like, that guy doesn't seem to be giving any fucks about the greater happenings in the world. But something's keeping him going. He likes collecting weird trinkets and stuff. He's having a good time. Good enough time. Okay, so we're going to look for Broken Window, Silver Knight Trio, and yeah, so this is just going to be another route of all of these other Vagrant locations now, I think. That's kind of a lot to do in a single run. But why not? I haven't gotten Gravelord again. Yet. Alright, so we're going to go up the stairs. And we're going to check the room that Siegmeyer gets trapped in with the Silver Knights. And the good Vagrant is here immediately. Let's fucking go. Awesome. Awesome. I'm so happy about that. Oh, lock on. I keep forgetting. Thank you, Scanter. Yeah. I should have checked the other good Vagrants while I was at it too. No, he has full health. Full-ish? No, completely full. Look at that. He's healthy. So yeah, why some good Vagrants don't have full health when they spawn in, I have no idea. But he's doing good. So this is good Silver Knight Trio. We have officially seen all of the good Vagrants in Dark Souls now. They are the rare Vagrant. They are the ones that you will see far less often than the evil Vagrants. Like I said before, every screenshot you have like on Reddit of like, I saw a Vagrant. I don't know if even 1 in 10 of them would be a good Vagrant. You know, it's always going, at least 9 out of 10 are going to be evil Vagrant sightings. So we did it. The rarest Dark Souls creatures. We've seen every one of them. That is... Yeah, he's checked off, but I didn't update the text count. That's right. So we are at 90 out of 93. All right, but we still have work cut out for us. I don't want to be too pessimistic, but two Black Phantom good evil vagrants. Those have been the hardest work so far, by far. Again, organically, just from random stuff you get online, much easier to get than a random good vagrant. But since we're spamming so much stuff, it is normal to just get any vagrant sooner than ones that have to have been passed around like 20 times, you know? Where am I going? So... Oh, I was thinking the same thing, Scantier. Yeah, how ironic that we cleared the rarer type first. So what do we have? Do we already have an evil vagrant here? That'd be pretty incredible. Yeah, so I think Chamber of Princess might be a better starting location. They're kind of equidistant, it feels like. Maybe I'll time them. So, yeah, one could spawn, again, like right here-ish, somewhere close to where I am currently. You know, it might be a few feet from here, but not far from here at all. But yeah, checking for both of these evil vagrant locations at the same time doesn't seem too terrible, because I can just, like, drop out the window and then do this run back again. Oh. Anytime that happens, I'm like, I hope I didn't have the one I was looking for. Imagine if I just sent it off. So yeah, let me get like a stopwatch going here. And compare. I forgot to plug in my phone. And there's enough battery to do this at least, but okay. So how long does this take? Didn't run around there as efficiently as it could have, but whatever. These are ballparks. Oh, you're hungover at work? Damn, well, hope the hangover clears. Glad you could make it. And all this time to the run to the window, of course. So this was like 40 seconds, a little under 40 seconds, if I do that a little more efficiently. Don't forget to pop some humanity. Ah, so as the victim, the funny thing about Gravelording is they're not on reload. They get the reds can just randomly pop into existence. So you can get really unlucky and just have one show up like right next to you. Which, now that I say that, I'm surprised there aren't any memes of that, right? Like in an alternate universe, there could be an extremely popular like Lobos clip or something of just being like, what the fuck? Like, you know. Like there could have been an alternate universe where like a meme of that goes viral, because that would be ridiculous. Exactly, getting telefragged by Gravelord enemies. Dark Souls isn't unfair, it's just punishing, and then a Gravelord mob just like spawns right next to you while you're trying to heal. Imagine a Black Phantom painting guardian appearing behind you and backstabbing. That would be brutal. Thankfully, there aren't any Black Phantoms of those. As a drift item. Oh, yeah. So that was like 40 seconds. Let's interrogate. Shockingly, this might be longer. Which is really funny to think about. It can't be longer, can it? No, this is faster. We're already here in this room. It's faster, but it's not much faster, which is the funny part. Well, I have to stop to, like, heal. It's like the exact same time. It's basically the exact same run back. This might be like a couple seconds faster, maybe. Either way, they're close enough that I don't care about that level of efficiency, right? Like, if one is like 5 seconds faster or something, I don't care. If one is like 10 seconds faster, then I start caring. But those were within a few seconds, I think. They quoted someone on Wikipedia saying that they hate the Anne Orlando archers and it's where the game became unfair to them. I wonder how they'd feel about the Vagrant. Yeah. That would have been so funny. If they rage quit at, like, it's their 10th trying to make it this run and then there's a Vagrant there all of a sudden. That'd be pretty great. Yeah, that would be good to know, Hot Pocket. Yeah, if I was able to see it from the ground level. Oh, I forgot the rest of the Chamber of Princess Bonfire. Yeah, these are about the same time-wise, but this is like rolling past less enemies and stuff, so just definitely going this way now. Dark Souls has world tendency like Demon Souls? Yes. Well, sort of. I made a small mistake in my Gravelording video. I said that was leftover world tendency code that facilitates Gravelording. That was leftover character tendency. I had the wrong thing. I didn't realize what I was looking at. I was looking at character tendency. I just kind of conflated them. Either way, I knew it was the QWC, which... Chat, what do we think QWC stands for? Because that is world tendency and character tendency, I guess. I think it's called QWC internally. I'm just like, I don't know. What? Quantum water closet. Quick watch cat. Westworld commitment. Something world character. Something world character seems most plausible to me so far. Like query world character, like you're checking like what version of the world and what version of character you have loaded currently, like Quizebo, Wazebo, Kozebo. No. It is toasty in here. I'm gonna have to... You vote for that as the answer. It's funny, I keep forgetting to rest at... I'm terrified of what if this is the reload where I got it. So out of paranoia... Wait, no, but that's an endless loop. Because every time I would have to rest at Chamber of Princess to not lose a reload. Am I actually going to do that? Am I that paranoid to actually have what I'm looking for right now? I have to go. I have to check the evil vagrants now. I have to. Because imagine if it's here this run. Because I was about to teleport. Oh, let me go, please. Well, if I die, that's one way of not knowing if the vagrant was going to be here. If the it's gonna be ultimate hype if the Black Phantom Evil Vagrant is here. Okay. Hey, no, but we got a regular one. We got a regular one. Okay. I'm gonna and the same thing. It's gonna be an endless cycle. So, like a coward, terrified that I might have what I'm looking for, I'm gonna walk to the Chamber of Princess bonfire. But yeah, during Return to Lordran, when I was trying to spawn the Silver Knight trio, like if we were grinding that out tonight and we didn't get it instantly, I'd be hiding item bags like probably in this corner. That seems like a pretty out of the way spot. Obviously, a lot of players are going to roll through everything in there, but you know, it's not like there's a better hiding spot in this building. Royal Sentinels are scary. Quality world condition. Yeah, it could be something like world condition. Okay, we did it. We got here without warping. I feel better. That's the thing, Scantier. Yeah, it's like a lot of... We really have to brute force this Vagrant into existence, because, like, players will get it and kill it. We just have to hope for people in the area doing PvP and stuff like that. They're going to be reloading the map constantly, just hanging out by, like, the Solaire bonfire. So they're never going to see the Vagrant. They'll just like keep getting it and like sending it out or whatever. People dying to Ornstein and Smo repeatedly, you know, could add some passes where a player doesn't pass it. You know, there's activity that could result in them bouncing around without getting killed. Because it's not like no one's ever seen a Black Phantom version on the Buttress. It does happen, but you're right though. That is... more people are going to run into it. Oh. That's what I get for reading chat. Something you ever messed with is that shop lineups have an unused column for QWC ID. Wonder if there's a way to set it up to make certain items show up depending on your tendency value. Might not even work, could be cut Demon Soul stuff. That's really cool. Yeah, what else could that be? Yeah. Yeah, because Demon Souls didn't do anything like that. But it makes sense that they would slot something like that in, right? When you're thinking of the system and you're thinking about, like, how does the world change completely? Like, oh, a shop vendor, like, you know, a vendor will update a shop. This guy here, again. It's going to make sure I don't have both of them at the same time. We would see the red one easily, though, if they were here at the same time. Hey, welcome, Major Makoto. I forget how long ago that was. It didn't take long at all. We saw it like really, probably like our third time checking that spot or something. About an hour ago. As like repetitive as a task as this is, like the time actually does kind of fly in these streams from my perspective. Doing this with a chat makes it go so much faster. Not only in terms of the fact that like seeding the vagrants goes faster, but these run backs are when I can like look over at chat while I'm doing like a boring part of a run back. Exactly. It's just like hanging out and talking with other people who like to nerd out about the Souls games. Like, it's a good time. I really do enjoy. Like, that's what I've been happy about with doing these streams and why I'm like really motivated to. I'm really bad at like. It's no surprise that I'm bad at committing to projects that I start, right? But the stream is like, I'm very happy. I was like, all right, I'll try to do it twice a week, I guess, and we'll see how it goes. And then I've just been doing it, and I don't plan on stopping anytime. Because if I don't have, I'll definitely come up with some sort of like stream backup plans where like if I don't have a whole series run figured out, it'll just be like, oh, another day of randomizer, Dark Souls randomizer, you know, like a something. But there's always going to be, like, some indie game that I haven't played yet that I want to play, like... I feel like there'll always be something to do. And, the fact that it's, like, very supplemental side thing to making videos, you know, it's just, like, a bonus thing, to do, you know, because the streams don't make, like, nearly as much money as a proper video does, of course. But, like, in the time between videos, though, it is help keeping, like, traffic up on the channel a little bit better. So it's just, like... It really worked out, where I don't really have to overly worry about how the streams do, what's going on with them. I just get to have fun. So... It's cool. Hey, welcome, Bubbles. Surprised they didn't see me. I mean, I did land right behind them, but again, enemies have a really wide viewing angle. Yeah. Huh. It's funny. I wonder how many hidden buttress good vagrants I've been missing this whole time. You know, because I'm not. Now that we've already seen it there a couple times, I'm not going to check every time. All right, though, I am going to take a second to refill my water. I gotta crack some windows. It's really hot in my office. And it's not hot enough in the year to justify turning on the AC yet or anything, so I'm just kind of like cooking in here. I gotta crack windows. For streaming, I'm kind of like, are there gonna be sounds outside? But my neighborhood tends to be fairly quiet. We'll see how it goes. Okay, I'm basically back. Just gotta crack these windows. Close my shades halfway. There we go. All right. I'll have to play Sekiro again sometime. I only played through it like twice, 1.5 times, something like that. So it's not a game like I know that well. You know, like I'm not... I've poked around in Debug in it a little bit. I remember learning that the like the balance meter or whatever it's called is what stamina used to be. They hijacked like whatever your meter was for stamina in Dark Souls. They converted that into that. Posture. Yeah, posture is what they turned stamina into. I remember being curious because, like, as soon as I got Debug, I was like, "How? Like, what does this look like behind the scenes? Like, what does it have its own meter now? Did they convert poise, you know, super armor into this somehow?" It felt 50-50 to me. I was like, it's like maybe they converted super armor into this because that would make sense. It's like, oh, but like stamina is also gone and it's just that now. So. Thoughts on the Bloodborne movie? We talked about it a little bit last stream. To not ramble too much, I'll try to do like quick recap of thoughts. Is that I don't have any issues with Jacksepticeye. I don't really know his content. I've heard he's a big Bloodborne fan, so that does not, you know, make me nervous at all in the way it makes some other people nervous. It does make me slightly nervous in the sense that from the top down end of things, like, is Sony pushing for this because they saw like Iron Lung you know, they saw the success with that and like, oh, we got to get another YouTuber to do a thing. So there could be some sort of like mechanism that's a little soulless from the top down that's like causing it to happen. But really what matters in terms of quality is like who's getting hired, right? He's just a producer. So, and a producer who actually very much gives a shit about it. You know, like, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Like, his involvement is potentially far better than some, like, just random producer who doesn't care about it. But that said, it's like, you know, the animation studio making it is a fairly new animation studio that only formed, like, a few years ago. So, like, that's kind of like, you know, how good of a job can they do with what budget and everything. And that's all separate from, like, the logistics of, like, figuring out what kind of story you're going to tell. Like, what would a Bloodborne movie be exactly? Which that always seems like an uphill battle. So, I don't know. I always approach these things with, like, cautious optimism. Fully aware that video game adaptations are usually bad. So, you know, so it's, it could easily be not good. That's a very safe bet that it's not good. But I'm not doom and gloom. It's just we'll see it when we see it. You know, keep an open mind. I would love for it to be good. That would be awesome. Yeah, no, Gurram. Yeah, the appeal of video game movies, it's tricky because, and I forget who I'm paraphrasing by saying this. I don't know if it's a Patrick Willem video or a discussion he had with Jacob Geller or, right, but like video games are basically never improved by taking the interactivity away. That's like what makes them special. And it's tricky, right? Because like back in the day, people could be very cynical about book adaptations, right? Like the book is always better than the movie, and it's like, well, no, but that's not always true. Or sometimes the discussion of whether or not something is better is sort of like not even the most valuable discussion to have. A book could be really great on its own merits, and a movie could be really great on its own merits, and sometimes both takes are absolutely worth it. You know, you don't have to convince anyone today why a book turned into a movie might be awesome, right? Like that's just common sense at this point. And it's like, so theoretically, like in a vacuum, the same could be true of video games, but it just, there's so much of the meat of the bones of video games is interactivity. And that just seems like a much harder thing to just like chop off and still have something to work with. Mario is cool because of the mechanics of jumping on things, getting power-ups, finding secret pipes to go down. They created like a cast of characters that we all love, but we don't care about those characters in the same way that we care about characters in a movie. Right, the characters in a movie, for us to really give it a shit about them, there has to be like character growth, character development, interesting dilemmas. The dilemma of a Mario game is never interesting. You know, like it's fun because it's fun to play. So yeah, there's just video games inherently have like a bigger uphill battle in terms of like making a good adaptation out of them than a book does, which is kind of interesting. The Bloodborne movie will never capture you screwing around in Chalice dungeons for 5 hours. Yeah, 5 only. But that being said, it's not like it can't be done though, because I mean, I think about like video games that are like more narrative driven, you know. There can be games where you're just like, hey, the premise of this was really enticing. Like, is there an alternate universe where Soma is turned into a good movie? I'm like, yeah, I don't see why not. You know, like I don't. That's not impossible. What was cool about Soma is like, oh, you know, this is something that I would have enjoyed in another story. Like this would have worked as a movie as well. I mean, it works better as a video game, but you know, I don't know. I'm like, but then you have the extra layer, which is like the elephant in the room that obviously I've just haven't even addressed, but like just the narrative of Souls games, that extra layer of like, these do not lend themselves to easy adaptations, because like, what would a 2-hour movie be about? Right? That's a lot to pack in, or a lot to leave out. So like, what do you even do? Yeah, Soma's really cool. I'm glad that was recommended to me. When was this? This was like, I didn't play it when it first came out. I played it like a couple years ago for the first time, and really enjoyed it. I didn't have it spoiled for me. Stayed, the Dark Souls 2 modder, recommended it to me. Hey, welcome back, Dark Lord. Dark Lord, are you terminally online enough in the right corners of the internet to know about Moonchild? Do you know what's going on with Moonchild? Because you will very much appreciate this. Oh my god, yeah. I'm gonna have to pause the stream in a second to go on a Moonchild rant, or detour. Not even rant, there's nothing to rant about. It's Moonchild, and it's great. I'm gonna hold those thoughts for after checking for this evil vagrant here. Yeah, anthology films like set in the Souls universe, anthology stories, like that seems like a good take potentially. But you just have to really like make up your own story, I think, set in the universe, and that seems a huge uphill battle to get everyone on board feeling like it's legit when it's original story. It'd have to feel like it really belongs in the universe. He's Moonchild. So we got some people in chat know about Moonchild, but I have to tell Dark Lord specifically. It's funny that your least favorite part of Moonchild is the character Moonchild. Yeah, I might have to like bring up like windows here. Like I'm gonna have to like pull up YouTube videos and just stream them, because this is. Okay, this is muted. It's time for a new and excitingly different part of the stream, Hot Pocket. Yeah, let's go. So like just like a couple weeks ago, if that, a YouTube channel / like blog or whatever called Games That Weren't, you know, they post about like video games that, you know, prototype games that didn't come out. There was a game being developed for the Amiga called Moonchild, and it actually did eventually come out on PC like several years later. It got like scrapped and like started over again. So there is like a game out there, like a late 90s game called Moonchild or whatever. But let's see, where's the video I'm looking for? But they all they did was like they posted to Blue Sky being like, here's a game that like, you know, didn't come out, Moonchild, and just like instantly anyone who watched like a few seconds of it just like had to send it to everyone else. And I don't know, it's kind of self-explanatory, I guess. Let's see when I play it. I pull up a window. Let's do window capture. This is... Here we go. Let's full screen this thing.
You got the power to be his friend. It's It's the beginning of a new and excitingly different story.
So like naturally everyone just like latched onto the theme music that's like so ridiculous, so over the top. Like it was the type of thing that was just an immediate earworm where like it's the perfect storm for going viral just because like the character is weird, it's weirdly unappealing, it's kind of cringe, but like it's really catchy at the same time. Like it's genuinely like kind of well written. Yes, this is the actual music that was written for it. This isn't like a made up meme. This isn't like a YouTube. This isn't a shit post. This is the actual theme that was made for this unreleased Amiga game. The game only had like this one level, like demo. It wasn't even a complete game or anything. So it's that weird thing where like it's a bit cringe on some level, but it's also just like people enjoying it earnestly as well. Yeah, only on Amiga could that ever be made, right? That's completely the vibe. It's like, this is the most Amiga thing of all time. This exact song didn't make it to the PC version. There's the PC theme does like Moonchild, whoa, and then it leaves out like you've got the power to be. It leaves out all the awkward stuff, right? Like, so everyone's just memeing on this. They're talking about like you've got the power to be his friend and all of these things. This is the start of an excitingly different story, whatever, all that crap. But it gets funnier because there's more to the Moonchild. I have to also play, because that's like the first video that got everyone's attention. Did I win yet, Keith? Not exactly. We got 3 more Vagrants, but I'm taking a Moonchild detour to explain it to my brother. So this is Moonchild Amiga. So we also have... this one. I also just have to play the game intro because this gives us so much needed lore about the game, and just the absurdity of reading this text scroll with the music going is just incredible.
HPE delivers
Boo, ads, mute. Go away. If I was more professional, I'd be like hiding the stream while there's an ad on the screen. But whatever. I don't care. Okay. Start this over. I'll turn the volume down a little bit so I can talk over it. Moonchild, a Team Hoy game, co-designed graphics by Metin7. I think it's they're based out of Netherlands. Is where the developers are from. I won't read all the credits out loud. Boxdog, you're watching. I'm explaining the Moonchild saga here, and then it's back to Dark Souls. Okay, so this is what they had to say at the start of their demo. Finally, a glimpse of the long-awaited AGA sequel, Tahoe reaches the public. We are very sorry to say that this is not the final game. As a matter of fact, this version only consists of a preview of Level 1. There is no objective yet, but you can try to find all bonus objects as fast as you can to stop the counter. Hold on, I just realized that the stream quality is like unnecessarily low. Let's bump up that resolution. Okay. There is no objective yet, but you can try to find all bonus objects as fast as you can to stop the counter. You can take control. The story is true. You can take over control of Hoi from the computer by holding down the joystick button. Press the joystick button to go for it. The background story. From the summer of 1990 to the summer of 1991, we, Matt and Ramon and Rhino created a cute platform game called Hoi for the standard Amiga. After a lot of fuss with the wrong publishers, the game was finally released worldwide in the summer of 1992. Too bad our final publisher had no intention to pay our rightful share of the proceeds. In December of 1992, we decided to start creating the sequel to Hoi for the brand new AGA machines only, but sadly, we could not keep on creating Moonchild without any income. Not long after its birth, the project had to end, and each of us had to find an alternative way to earn our daily bread. As the game so far was rotting away on our hard disks, we decided to release it anyway, so you can get an idea of what the game could have been like. I'll stop reading, but like something about the absurdity of like talking about like the publishers weren't paying us, the game was rotting away on our hard disks, and you just hear like Moonchild, whoa, just like I can't. It's the funniest shit ever. It's so good. So yeah, that's the Moonchild saga. So hope everyone enjoyed that. So if you hear about Moonchild, if you hear about you have the power to be his friend, it's about talking about that weirdo. The scroll keeps going for like a good, like there's like a lot of text there. There's a lot of text. There's, oh my god, there's so much more text. There's so much more. Oh wait, no, I forgot. Oh, hold on. No, hold on. I have to bring it back up. I'm sorry. I forgot about something important. Hold on. Yeah, Netherlands. So it's just an addendum with some poetry, because why not? Time for some poetry. There's no way I can read this with a straight face. I can't. Yeah, I'm gonna lose it. No, there's no way I can do this. Fatal Attraction. I can't fucking do it. When her eyes start radiating lewdness and her body screams for your tender touch, the scent of her nectar intoxicate you and you simply want her way too much. She will absorb your childhood innocence, prove to you that life is full of sins. You can try to resist her attraction, but in the end, it is she who wins. I just... I can't. Jesus Christ. I don't think it has anything to do with Moonchild. Just one of the developers, put it on there. Oh my god. Incredible. That's all of our lives are enriched for experiencing Moonchild. But yeah, it's really got kind of like gone viral, and like it's cool. The original developers are completely made aware that it's blown up, and they've been very like cool about it and thanking everyone for taking an interest. And they released the source code for the game. They might have even released the source code for like the PC version that did get released or something like that, I think. So, yeah. So like people are like updating, because I think the PC version that did come out was like a Windows 98 game or something like that. So like some people are out there like cobbling together some like features and like making it work better again, I think. So Yeah, it's incredibly cool. I'm like, and actually, no, I'm not done talking about Moonchild, because the PC game, we're kind of like laughing at the silliness of some of the music. The BGM is so fucking good. The music in the game is so good. I don't know if someone's uploaded the soundtrack in full. I got to take a look here, or if we just have to like find it in a gameplay video. Game World 4? I have no idea what this is. If this is the right one I'm thinking of.
Say it again.
Let's see. Wait, playlist for Moonchild OST? Yeah, Game World 1? Like, this music is legitimately fantastic. Dude, we're listening to Moonchild music while we spawn Vagrants. How does that sound? Might be a little loud. Is that an okay volume with my voice? Yeah, this is the actual OST of the PC version that did come out. This is music that would really be at home in like Satisfactory. Sounds like Lego Welt. Is that Lego Velt? I'm not familiar with them. But yeah, this is just a really cool, like, chill soundtrack. I still can't get over, like, that long scroll set to the, like, you've got the power to be his friend, and it's like, anyways, the publishers weren't paying us. And here's a weird poem that's very oddly horny. Like... But this thing rules. This is great. Oh, that's a fun spot for a drift bag. Look at that. They had to jump on the railing to put it there. Well, I'll die if I fall off, so better not, but... Okay, there's a message here I gotta check, though. I'll jump up there next run, I think. Moonchild Dissected 1. I have the playlist of the game. I can't vouch. I only listened to, like, the Stage 1 BGM before when I watched the gameplay video, so I can't vouch for the rest of the soundtrack. I have no idea what territory we're wading into here. Also, there might be ads between videos, given that this is a YouTube playlist that is currently playing, so if an ad comes on, I'll frantically tab over to mute it, I guess. Oh yeah, see if you to jump on the railing at the base of the stairs, duh. That's using your noggin. But I just love that, like, a really obscure, like, a character who was never, ever a video game mascot on anyone's radar is finally getting, like, this weird attention, you know, like... The fact that an unreleased Amiga game is what is making everyone, like... I don't know, it's so cool. I'll spare the chat of it tonight, but another night though, I will play some Savage music for chat, because that is perhaps the most ridiculous Amiga soundtrack. Maybe, yeah. See ad. No, stop. Stop. Okay, Game World 2. Have not listened to this before. Don't know how I feel about it compared to Stage 1. Give it a listen. Dark Child Tomb. Dark Moon Child Tomb. I mean. Hey, alright. We got blessed by the Moonchild here, though. Yeah, I could install like an ad block or whatever. I tend to leave it off by default. Just for like watching creators that I like, but I could like toggle it per channel or whatever. Alright, we got... Evil by the Broken Window, regular. And that updates the final count to... the song's okay, but it doesn't have the same mysteriousness to it that I kind of like in Stage 1. Update that text count to 91 out of 93. So unsurprisingly is the two Black Phantom versions of the Vagrants that were the holdouts here. That is not even remotely a surprise. Turn it down another hair. Alright. I'm not worried about him following. He'll lose aggro. That's not a lethal fall anyways from up there. Although if I suddenly get 100 souls or whatever, or I forget what it would be in New Game Plus. That would depend on the area we're in. Sunchild, the fighter for the Moonchild. Day man. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. Yeah, you can mix them together. There's something there. Got to pop more humanity. Is Gwendolyn the moon? Gwendolyn is absolutely the Moonchild. That is lore accurate. You have the power to be Gwendolyn's friend. Unfortunately, I think that's where things went wrong. Maybe Aldrich got that power and used it horribly wrong. Just the phrase you got the power to be his friend is so good. I'm just like, that's not a power. I mean, you could say friendship is powerful, but like that is just the funniest, dorkiest thing you could say. What's Moonchild's power? We have the power to be his friend. What's his? Yes, that's exactly it, Meister. And we are nearing the end. We literally only have 2 Vagrants left. We've done every location across the whole game. They did a weird thing where some of the Black Phantom versions of the Evil Vagrants are placed slightly different than their regular versions. Or like the ones that glow red. So we've already seen Evil Vagrants in both of these locations, but just the regular versions. So we're trying to get the red ones. See, there's a regular one again. I'm about to get shut off, but that's okay. I mean, Moonchild definitely is like Sonic. He like runs around like all fast and stuff. Add.
Hi, I'm Justin, a nurse practitioner. How are you doing?
Okay. And I have like a third monitor where I can like watch the video progress. Okay, this is World 3. We'll see what the vibe of this one is. Alright. Alright, I'm feeling this one more than the last one. I like the dreaminess of the first one a lot, though. That was like extremely a pleasant surprise to me. In compared to Die Edition, you had less than a handful of counters and over 300 hours of playtime. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Is that a little loud? Turn it down over here. Hey, welcome back, Anarwampo. We are listening to Moonchild. Some game from like PC game from like 1997 or 1998 that's only gotten attention recently because an unreleased demo of it went viral like a couple weeks ago just because it was kind of funny and weird. Ah. See, this is a good sign. When we're on our way to seeing a bunch of these over and over, it's like we're going to get one that's passed around 20 times sooner or later. Hey, it's TKGBT. Welcome. Thanks so much for we start off the chat like catching everyone up on the the Darkroot Garden shenanigans. Extremely cool stuff. Thanks for all of your work researching that. If you found more, I haven't checked the Discord in a little while here, so incredible stuff. Exactly, so I have to do this run again on 360 again for true completionism. God. I don't have a 360, but I gotta figure out, like, maybe sometime in the future there could be like an addendum of getting all the ones in Darkroot Garden on the 360. At least it makes me feel better that I couldn't have possibly done it with this character, you know? For anyone in chat who has no idea what we're talking about, if you missed the beginning of the stream, very long story short is the 1.0 unpatched version of Dark Souls on PS3 and Xbox 360 originally had different placements for Vagrants. Obviously, you could never see those because you have to patch the game to go online. But there's a weird glitch with the Darkroot Garden map wasn't patched properly. Right, like so apparently on Xbox 360 at least, if you're playing the original version of Dark Souls, not the Prepare to Die Edition re-release, Darkroot Garden wasn't patched properly and it has original enemy placements in the map data. So it's like, what the hell?
Get the new Samsung Galaxy S
And ad.
No trade-in needed.
Okay, that's the last ad. Oh, that was all the music. Next one's just a game over theme. Well, we're gonna hear the game over theme, and then that'll be it, I guess. Oh, that was cool. That's exactly that I already asked, so I have to give all credit to Axel again. So to recap that part of the story, the only reason I know about this is because someone on the Xbox 360 was following along these streams and trying to recreate it on the Xbox 360 server. And they were like messaging me like, hey, the Vagrants are in a weird place in Darkroot. Like, what's going on? They had no idea what was going on. So that's the only reason we know this is happening. So I did send him. He said he was going to take a look later on. I asked him to join the Covenant and double check the exact placement of Shiva's bodyguard, because I think he's going to be closer to the cliff. I think he's going to be in his wrong spot. Very funny. All right, let's get that stream out of here. Back to the game. Yeah, get rid of that window. All right, we're back to being Moonchildless. But really, are we ever really Moonchildless with the power of friendship? Exactly, Karbovsky. Yeah, it's just a really fun, weird glitch that, like, part of the game didn't patch correctly. Just Darkroot. And we don't yet know if PlayStation 3 had the same issue. So that's another thread to go down. Is we need people on PS3. Again, not the Prepare to Die edition or Artorias of the Abyss re-release, but just make sure you have the original version of the game. Go online and try to self-spawn Vagrants like crazy in the Darkroot Forest and Darkroot Garden and see where they show up. If they don't match the locations of my stream, then congrats. Yeah, PS3 is also 1.0 Darkroot. So wild. Yeah, that's that's what we thought earlier, and I'm sure that's probably still the case. Yeah, because how the files are distributed on PS3. I remember Hot Pocket last said that it did still use like the same format of a patch file, so I didn't know if that meant it was subject to the same issue, but yeah, it only works on the original. Yeah. And I mean, it shouldn't matter if you buy the DLC or not, because at that point the game's already patched, right? Because like when you purchase the DLC, you're basically just unlocking. You already have all the DLC content in your files, so I don't think buying it would matter. But Just as a control, don't buy the DLC if you really want to try it yourself, just to be extra cautious. Because the one case example we do know about is someone who has it on 360 and they didn't buy the DLC. That really shouldn't matter, though. I wouldn't think it would. Oh, no, that's not a stupid question, Scanter. Yeah, we did determine that, yeah, the humanity is still in your bloodstain when you lose it, even if you're cursed. Yeah. Because you can still check your menu to see how much humanity you have. Like here in the bottom left corner of the screen, it shows 6 humanity. So you can like tell that that's being lost in bloodstains while you're cursed. Yep, the number is there, just hidden while you're cursed. Man, I can't get that horny Moonchild poem out of my head. I just... Oh yeah, I was gonna try checking these at some point. Yeah, I could get on the railing here. Oh, come on. Too steep of an angle. There we go. Don't fall off when I... Okay. Alright, on a mission to read and rate this message. Yeah, that's the person dropping item bags on the railing. That's great. Yeah, let's go. I'm glad I put the work in. Excellent. You know, even though we're done spawning good vagrants, I mean, come on, you're playing your game, you're minding your own business, playing Dark Souls. It's the 5th time you've played through the game. You walk up these stairs and you see this crap up here. You're just be like, what? Oh yeah. I should cast Seek Guidance. That's a good point. See if there's hidden player messages. Doesn't seem to be pulling any more in. Just realized if you listen closely to the Moonchild title theme, it says rats are human because they drop humanity. Oh, look at all these bloodstains now, though. That's great. They're going over the railing at some point. There we go. Nice. We've been getting far less of the Vagrant inside. Granted, I haven't been spawning them inside yet. I've been grinding purely the outside one. But hopefully some people are losing their bloodstains inside the building. Oh, that was your message? Awesome. Beware of flyer. Flyer is a very strange word. To, like... That's kind of fun. I feel like that's got to be one of the most like unused like word choices in the messaging system. Ooh, okay, so you've seen a Red Evil one inside. Okay, great. Oh, there's a drift item. Do we have an Evil Vagrant? We do, but it's a regular one. Hey, yes, SP Funk, this is PC. Please don't suddenly get souls. Please don't suddenly get souls. I have to play Castlevania again if we get a cooldown. Again, the fall from that window isn't lethal, so there's nothing to worry about. There's a good chance, too, because they lose aggro really quickly when you're using stealth. So he probably gives up and stops following me pretty quickly. You know, yeah, I still haven't played Vampire Survivor. I'm curious to see what the deal is, because I know like it was like a really popular game that everyone really liked. The appeal of just like fighting off waves of enemies, like I don't know like if that's totally my thing, but like there's got to be some sort of... Does it have like a roguelike hook to it or something? But yeah, no, I should check that out at some point, because like clearly he was doing something cool, because a lot of people loved it. I saw like a couple screenshots and maybe like, you know, a few seconds of gameplay footage, and I'm just like, I don't understand what I'm looking at. Okay, yeah, no, roguelike, that's like not hard to talk me into at all, so. Roguelike, whatever you want to call it. I mean, I haven't played like I'm trying to think of like what roguelike games I've played. Well, it's funny because like literally in the short list of like what is like the first 5 video games I've ever played, NetHack is one of them. You know, like one of the earliest games I ever played as a kid was NetHack. Darkroot and I had a version on the Amiga that was simply called Hack. So we knew it as Hack growing up. I'd never heard of NetHack until a bunch of years later. Fond memories of like the user interface for booting up Hack. Like it had different icons for jumping straight into the game as different classes, right? Like if you were a spelunker or a tourist or whatever, like you those had different like icons with their own like art to them. That was very charming. So yeah, grew up playing, but that game was like impossible. Like I didn't know, like I never got that far in it. Like what the hell? But actual like, but of like the modern roguelites, whatever you want to call them. Absolutely love Binding of Isaac. Played Hades. I haven't played the second one yet. Hades, I only got like the ending once though. Like I didn't do like a post game loop of like trying to 100% the game at all. I just like beat the final boss once and I was done. What else have I played? Why am I blanking on names? I've played Dead Cells. Again, also a game I was not really completionist with at all. I never played the Castlevania DLC, so that's on the to-do list at some point for sure. Why am I blanking on that name? What's the one where you keep like any time you respawn, it's like your different like generation, right? And you have like a different buff or debuff. Soundtrack by Tedix, the guy who did the famous Dark Souls posters, like the triptych of the tall vertical illustration of Lordran, is actually one of the composers of the game. Rogue Legacy. I don't know. Thank you. I bought the second one and still have never played it, so I gotta do that at some point. But I enjoyed Rogue Legacy a lot. Yeah, TEDx is super talented. Judson Cowan. He did again those famous Dark Souls posters everyone's seen. He also did, though, more recently for Loki's lore book, published by Tune and Fairweather, the one that Vadi did a audiobook narration for. He again did another map of Lordran, like a top-down map, which is also incredibly good. So, like, dude's crushed it twice of like doing depictions of Lordran drawings. So good. And the music in Rogue Legacy is fantastic. So just like all around super talented artist. Rogue Legacy 2 was quite the upgrade. Oh, okay, so you liked it more than the first one? Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, I do, sort of. I did make a second video called, like, Vagrant Lore, actually. But, I mean, it's like, you know, since there's really nothing to go on, it's very, very speculative. And again, I don't really get too deep at the meat of it, just it's more... My pitch is that there's sort of, like... crystal lizards corrupted by humanity. Like... Wherever crystal lizards come from, I feel like that process is being hijacked, and weird vagrants are popping out instead. That's my headcanon. Like, that's a very loose thing to go off of, but like, why not? What else can we come up with? And I have a few reasons for saying that, though. And that is a good point, though. Like, that things like it just being a very Japanese theme in general of things taking on a life of their own. Because if I remember correctly, an explanation back in the day, it's like, oh, why do like the candles in Castlevania drop hearts and stuff like that? And it's just like, oh, because like, you know, they have like souls in them, like souls that got like, you know, that were like trapped in the castle or whatever. And it's like that answer probably like sounds a little weird at first to like a Western audience probably sounds a lot less weird to a Japanese audience. Hey, you got the Black Phantom by the Archers. Let's go. Okay. I think you're like the second person in chat to have seen them there now, so. It's kind of like, of course, you seal away a curse by flooding it. Water, lake acting as a seal, very common. Oh, that's cool. That one tracks as like a little more intuitive, just in the sense it's like, oh, sure, why not? Like you're just completely like burying this area, but water specifically though, that's neat. We are indeed very close. We're down to the final two. We could be here a while, potentially. Like, again, in past streams, the Black Phantom, Evil Vagrants have been quite the grind. Because that's a lot of games they have to pass through without dying. Alright, another Archer Red Vagrant. We've really been spamming them over there and not the interior as much, so hey, no worries, Xander. So to spawn Vagrants, there's two kinds of Vagrants. There's Evil Vagrants and Good Vagrants. Evil Vagrants are the one that look like my avatar. They have a crab claw for an arm, and they shoot projectiles at you. Those result from losing bloodstains that have 5 or more humanity in them. So that's why I keep popping humanity before I die. So literally every time if you're online, every time you lose a bloodstain... Oh, funny, item bag. I'll explain that in a second too. So yeah, every time you lose a bloodstain with 5 or more humanity, your game tries to send an Evil Vagrant to another player online. Then there's Good Vagrants, where you have to drop and abandon certain items. But it's mostly items that are kind of like normally a pain to acquire. It's like Covenant items that you would have to grind. It's like usually items you can't buy in bulk. Transient Curse is the one that you can buy like endlessly and works. When you drop and abandon a certain item, though, instead of another player getting a Good Vagrant instantly, it sends an item bag to another player's world where it was dropped. That's what this is, right? Like no one else has come into my game here, and I've just been dying repeatedly. But I found this waiting for me because another player online dropped this item here. If that bag gets passed around 10 times with no one picking it up, then it finally becomes a Good Vagrant. But the Good Vagrant, all the Vagrants have fixed spawn locations. So like the Good Vagrant, when it turns into one, wouldn't be here. It would move to its like corresponding spawn location. Hey, thanks so much for the super chat, Magus Spagus Esper. Thank you. Never know how to pronounce Magus. Yeah, and what we're doing though is, okay, so the premise of the stream is that I'm going through the entire game trying to see a Vagrant at every possible spawn location that they exist at. And the initial problem with that though is you can't self-spawn Vagrants. But what I'm doing is I'm spamming the network with them. I'm creating them over and over and over repeatedly for other players. And what happens is the recipient of a Vagrant, if they don't kill it, they don't find it or interact with it or whatever, whenever they die or leave the area, they send the Vagrant back out to someone else. Now, the game doesn't know, it doesn't remember the original person who created it. Like, there's no mechanic for like, oh, it's going to go back to the creator now. The game doesn't know, it doesn't care. but the sheer number of people getting Vagrants being so high keeps increasing the odds that like someone's gonna send it back to me just by pure coincidence, you know. So that's the whole goal, is like to send them to so many people that someone will send it back to me eventually. So you just kind of have to get lucky. But the key difference here is I spawned a bunch of Vagrants that way back in the day, just kind of on my own. But doing it with the chat here, a bunch of people in chat are doing the same thing that I'm doing while I'm doing it. And, yeah. So that helps a ton. Like, there have been so many times where I'm like, okay, chat, here's where we're going to be looking for this next Vagrant, and then it's like already there waiting for me. Like, this stream probably would have been like, this entire series of stream would have been like probably 10 times longer without chat's help. Slim chance no one's online. That's like the best case scenario. Well, no. A relatively small pool of players is like kind of ideal, because then there's less people for them to send the Vagrant to. You don't want like a tiny. You don't want only like 10 people online, right? Like, because like some of the people who get their Vagrant might like AFK, like, and then the Vagrant just is stuck there forever. When people like receive and send Vagrants, there's kind of like a delay to that. There's like an inbox and outbox sort of queue that handles them. So like someone could receive one and get it, and they haven't spawned it into their game yet. So when they quit, it doesn't get sent back out to someone else yet, because it's still like waiting to spawn in their game. So like some could get like trapped, you know, in like other people's games basically. So you do want like enough traffic of like people moving through where it's not too few, but like it's much better if there's only like 500 people online than there are like thousands. Like that is like a much better outcome. Unfortunately, it's not cross-platform. Yeah, none of the Souls games have any cross-platform activity, unfortunately. They are cross-gen in the most recent generations of PlayStation and Xbox, like PS4 and PS5 are connected, and Xbox One and Xbox Series are connected. But that's kind of a given. I think everyone already kind of intuitively understands that, because that's like, you know, just a connected ecosystem at that point. But yeah, you can't do Vagrant stuff offline at all, unfortunately. Yeah, if you're offline and you try creating a Vagrant, it'll go into your Vagrant outbox, and it'll sit there, and it'll never find anyone, and it'll just be like trapped in your data like forever. Like it's just. So yeah, if you ever did like a fully offline playthrough and you lost a bloodstain with 5 or more humanity in it, there's like a hidden. If you could enable debug, you would see like a Vagrant listed out that's just chilling. Like it's just like it's trying to send the Vagrant to someone. It's waiting for you to go online to send that Vagrant to someone. And it's just stuck there, and you're hidden away in your saved data forever. Frank, so the reason I'm doing this whole roundabout run is there's 2 different locations we're checking out. We do have to check by the broken window itself. and also by the archers, so... Yeah, I'm hoping I can get the Black Phantom by the window soon, so because it'd just be nice to just run straight through the doors and not have to take this detour every time. Although I feel like we're gonna get this one first because more people have been reporting it in chat. What do I think about this mechanic not coming back to any recent Souls games? Yeah, no, I will always... I'm happy to repeat that subject anytime. Doesn't require twisting my arm to complain that it hasn't returned. I love it so much. Please, bring this back. It's the coolest shit ever. Dark Lord, just resting at the bonfire isn't enough to, like, send out a Vagrant. So you'd have to, like, constantly cast Homeward or use Homeward Bones or use your Dark Side. But yeah, if you're constantly, like, reloading at the game, that definitely helps. Or, like, reloading the area. But yeah, just sitting at the bonfire, unfortunately, doesn't do it. Save and quit works too. So the reason we sort of shied away from, saving, now that we're only working on evil Vagrants, that's like not as, you know, because like we have to die to spawn them. But for good Vagrants, we only have to drop item bags, you know? And quitting is a viable method for sending out Vagrants. It doesn't like screw it up. The game does take a moment, like as you're quitting to the main menu, it says, hey, like I'm gonna send this, I'm gonna send this item bag off to another player. Well, I hope I didn't have the Vagrant this time. But in terms, so that's the most efficient thing you could do to spam the network with them. But in terms of receiving them, if you're constantly quitting out to the main menu, it's like, okay, but while you're in the main menu, you can't receive them. So that's like, suddenly you're making it like half of the time you're in a window of time where you can't receive a Vagrant. So it seems like, oh, that's probably not the best for receiving them then. So yeah, saving and quitting for spawning good Vagrants for other players, like yeah, that's like the best thing you could possibly do. Does this affect anything at all performance-wise? No, I wouldn't think so, thankfully. Yeah, I've never noticed any issues with it. Again, I tested Vagrants a lot back in the day on PS3, so if there's ever going to be like a hit to performance, that would have been the platform to notice it. And yeah, the game never really cares if you drop like a few item bags, extra few item bags around and stuff like that. And just in terms of like the data on the network for like sending and receiving Vagrant data, like that's really lean, you know, like that's like that's not a lot of information to send or receive. Oh, the glitched item bag that gets left behind when you're duplicating Andre. Yeah, if there's physically humanity in that bag, that should work then. Because humanity is something you can drop in item form for good Vagrants. Are you going to finish the stream? Grimlord, that is the plan. We are so close to the finish line. The Black Phantom versions of the Evil Vagrants always take a lot more effort, though. So before the stream started, I was like, there's always a chance this could be split into two, right? There might have to be one more session, potentially. But it's not that late. We still got plenty of time to work at this, so good chance we're finishing it tonight, I think. I feel like there's a 75% chance we finish this tonight, 25% chance that we have to wait till Sunday. We'll see. But yeah, there's so... Oh, thanks for the kind words, Grimlord. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff with Vagrants. So to reiterate, I definitely have talked about this on stream before, but not recently again. So to get more granular, into more granular detail about spawning Vagrants, when you receive a Vagrant from another player online, it doesn't spawn into your game instantly, right? Like, this is a Vagrant spawn location, but there's a reason, like, I can't just leave the character here all day, go back and check footage later and be like, oh, that's when a Vagrant showed up. What happens is you receive Vagrants into a quote-unquote, like, Vagrant inbox. And when they're in your inbox, you have a 5-minute window to reload the area that you're in, reload the map, or leave the map far enough and come back, right? When you reload the map, it pulls that Vagrant out of your inbox, and that's the moment when it spawns it into your game. And so because of this, your playstyle matters a lot on how likely you are to see Vagrants. Because if you think about it, if you have to reload an area to see a Vagrant, if you're really good at the game and not dying much, and you're not doing something that causes you to warp in and out of an area like co-op or PvP, like, you're never going to see a Vagrant. Like, maybe you can get very lucky and get one, like, on your way into an area, or, like, you die once or something like that. But, like, if you're someone who's hanging out in the Undead Parish doing invasions all day long, like, oh, you're reloading the Parish Church constantly, like, you're going to run into a Vagrant. So, yeah, playstyle has a huge impact on how likely you are to run into one. If I was... So the meta, right? Like, if I wasn't spamming the network and I didn't have chat's help... Oops. If I was trying to do, like, a clean Vagrant speedrun of, like, see a Vagrant as fast as I can without doing anything of my own to bring them into the world... off stream, so I know I don't have chat helping it, I would just run to the Undead Parish and just keep dying repeatedly and just keep checking the inside of the church. Like, I mean, it wouldn't have to be that location in particular, but that's just a pretty popular location to get one, so, yeah, like, that's what you do. Is there a limit to how many Vagrants can be in your outback? So that I have no idea. You can definitely send multiple at once, though. I've always recommended dropping one item bag at a time just to, like, keep things clean and simple. Because I don't know if you send out... I don't know how it handles sending out multiple at once. Like, is the game smart enough to send those all out to different players? Or does it... does it make that decision in a single moment and send them all to the same person? I don't actually know that. So I'm just kind of like, one at a time. Seems simple. But yeah, you can definitely send a bunch at once. And I've never seen a limit. I have no idea, like, what it is. It's definitely at least, like, 10 at once. At least, easily. Like, there's a whole, like, I've seen the list, like, just kind of grow and grow. Messing around in debug. Oh, we got this guy again. That's a good sign. Maybe we're on our way to getting the Black Phantom version. I know some people just tuned into the stream recently, so I'll take a kind of close gander at this guy. I've been running past him recently just because we're looking for a different type here, but... Yeah, so when they get passed around 20 times, they finally become their Black Phantom version, which is the red glowing version. And that's what we're looking for here, so... White is their normal color. That's just like, this is what their texture looks like normally. And then the red color is the same color filter that invaders get, or Gravelord Black Phantoms. They just slap that on the Vagrant. But yeah, super weird creature design. These evil Vagrants spawn, again, only exclusively from Lost Bloodstains that have 5 or more humanity in them. They also exclusively drop humanity. If I kill him, he's 100% guaranteed to drop a humanity. If I kill the Black Phantom version, it's 100% guaranteed to drop a twin humanity. And the Black Mass in the center, humanity, dark... so we can think of that goop in the middle as some sort of weird mutated distortion of humanity. It's basically what that is, which is super cool. It's like the, there's some sort of tether between worlds in the game. Heroes phase in and out. But, like, humanity can phase in and out and turn into a monster, which is so fucking cool. So good. Yeah, it's the getting Vagrants in a randomizer run is like almost a little too generous, right? Like it's just kind of like it's just a constant supply of humanity. And yeah, they have this melee attack, doesn't do shit. I mean, he's in a late game area, so that's actually doing a kind of decent amount of damage, but that's not what people are afraid of. They're afraid of the ranged attack, which he's not doing because I have Ring of Fog on, so he only sees me when I get kind of close. But if I take this off and run away, well, oh, I was. Oh, yeah, there we go. That catches a lot of people off guard, and that can be very dangerous. I'm curious to see how about... Oh, yeah, I'm a New Game Plus. That's why his melee attacks were doing a ton of damage. Yeah, this might, like, really mess me up. Let's take a look. But the Black Phantom ones do even more damage, so... like, I might... like, I'll probably survive this. But yeah, just barely. Just barely. But anyways, I'm going to leave him be because Vagrants have a cooldown timer. So I've been very conscientious this entire run to not kill any. Which is fine too, because for me, the whole idea behind this run is the reward is seeing the Vagrants. I've tested them throughout the whole game, like when I wrote the wiki page on Vagrants and... oops. Didn't eat enough. So that to me, there's nothing special in killing them. I've already seen all the drops. Like, there's nothing really to witness there. So, besides, if you're going on like a safari run, the goal is to not shoot all the animals. Okay. Oh wait, I'll hold that thought. Reading chat while I'm getting my ass kicked. Don't shoot, don't shoot, don't shoot. Good. Yeah, so why does the list have Black Phantom Vagrants? So, the way it works is, throughout most of the game, if I see either color, that's good enough for me to check it off. Because they're in the same location, right? So I don't really care if it's the regular or Black Phantom version most of the time throughout the game. Because I just want to show like where Vagrants could pop out. But what they did with the evil Vagrants is they duplicated all of them, and anytime it turns into its Black Phantom version, it loads like a different instance in the map that's just placed perfectly identically to it. So technically it has like a different entity ID or whatever when it gets like upgraded into its other version. But I'm like, oh, but I mean, you've seen the Vagrant location. Like, it's literally exactly the same. Aside from 6 in the game where they did change their location slightly. In some cases, they're just rotated facing a different direction. But I was like, all right, if they're even just looking a different direction, there's something different about how that Vagrant spawns in. And so I do count those ones individually. So yeah, this Vagrant will be facing us, I believe, instead of towards the window when we get the Black Phantom version. And same thing for the one on the by the archers. He'll be looking down the ramp at us instead of away from us. And I forgot to pull more Humanity out of the bottomless box, so I don't have any more to pop this run, but that's okay. Awesome, and thanks to people in chat helping spread share Vagrant spawning items. It's so frustrating how the remaster... I didn't really realize the full extent of the audio glitch. I always knew that the remaster had issues with the ambient audio cutting out, but I didn't know the exact rules of it, and it's way more depressingly consistent than I had realized. It is so basically any time in Dark Souls Remastered where you reload a map, and this was explained to me in chat in the kiln in the last run, because I kept running, I'm like, the ambient audio kept cutting out in the kiln like the entire time we were there. Anytime you reload a map in Dark Souls Remastered without leaving the map, so you didn't warp to a map from a different bonfire. You're in the level and you die and you respawn in the same level, or you cast homeward or whatever. You know, whatever you do to respawn in the same area that you were just in, it breaks the fucking ambient audio in the game. And it's like, oh my god, like, for a remaster, like, that's so depressing that that never got fixed. Like, the original version of the game doesn't have this problem. Yeah, it's way... And there's a couple areas in the game where it sort of doesn't happen. I just... Maybe, like, I don't know. I'll have to do, like, a deeper dive into that sometime to see, like, which ambient audio tracks persist. Because, like, it didn't happen in the Undead Burg. Or a specific example would be in the Painted World. So, like, you warp to the Painted World, rest at the bonfire or whatever. You can die, and the sounds of the distant howling wolves will cut out. So you lose that. And in the Painted World, there's supposed to be this persistent kind of crystally sound with the snow. That gets lost as well. But there is a wind sound effect that persists. But, like, other areas have the wind cut out. So it's just, it depends on, like, what type of, I don't know, like, maybe there's a couple different ambient audio tracks and, like, only the first one cuts out, or, like, a certain one doesn't load, and different areas have different stuff tied to different, Oh, per map, overall map, so M15, not just M1500 or M1501, that is wild. Yeah. So yeah, it's a bummer. Like, the Duke's Archives, like, everyone talks about how it's cool how you can hear, like, whispering sounds in the background of the Duke's Archives if you listen carefully. It's, like, this cool, like, specific thing, and then, like, you just die literally just once in the Duke's Archives and that's gone. Like... And you can fix it by quitting and reloading from the title screen. That fixes it. You know, warping to a completely different map and warping back, that fixes it. But, like, you're playing through the Duke's Archives, you die once, you're hanging out in that zone, ambient audio is gone. So it's gone right now in Anor Londo. Like, if we were to... Yeah, you can only hear the character breathing every now and again, but there should be, like, occasional, like, wind sounds, and in the ambient audio there should be, like, occasional, like, footsteps and weird, like, spooky kind of ghostly sounds through Anor Londo. It's all missing right now, and it's like, damn, dude. It's more noticeable when you're wearing the Slumbering Dragon Crest ring, because you're just not making any sounds constantly. When, you know, you're running around can help confuse you, distract you from the fact that the ambient audio isn't there. But it is, like, so brutally, painfully obvious with this on. Exactly, Grapefruit. There's good jank and bad jank. This is definitely bad jank. You could absolutely do that, Platinum Kush, but debug doesn't go online in the remaster, so you couldn't do that here. You could do that with Prepare to Die Edition, but Prepare to Die Edition is offline by default unless you do some messing around, so it doesn't seem too worth it at that point. But absolutely, if I was doing this with, like, a modded Prepare to Die Edition setup with debug, then yeah, totally. You could just eyes on that menu and you would know when you got one. That's exactly it, Scantier. You heard whisperings all the time with Prepare to Die Edition, barely in the remaster. Yeah, they didn't, like, redo the audio mixing, to my knowledge, or anything like that. Like, it is exactly the same when it works, but it just often doesn't work at all. Like, very binary. Like, the ambient audio is there or it isn't there. Super frustrating. I keep forgetting to pull more humanity out of the bottom of this box. Let's do that now. Focus. Can I remember something for 5 seconds? Bottomless box, let's go. Yeah, I agree with Hot Pocket remix entirely. Yeah. I don't ever criticize Q-Lock for stuff in the remaster. You know, who knows? With maybe a bunch more development time, some of the visual stuff still could have come out the same way it did, and there could be some frustrations here and there. But like, every indication is they wanted to do more, and their hands were kind of tied. I think it was just Bandai Namco just said, "No, do it, get it out." It was kind of inside knowledge that's like so old school at this point that doesn't matter, and it can't be traced back to anyone in a way that would matter or that anyone would get in trouble, so who gives a shit. But like, they straight up were reading my old Illusory Wall Tumblr and were reading my criticisms on the Gravelord Covenant. At the end of my Gravelording video, I talked about like suggested fixes for Gravelording, some of which I posted about on my Tumblr way back in the day. And Q-Lock was reading it, and they were considering them. And Bandai Namco told them no. So, I'm coming out with the shade. I just, like, whatever. So, yeah. Like, maybe I wasn't supposed to say that out loud, but whatever. Who gives a shit? So it's just like, just imagine if, again, I said this just a couple streams ago again, but just imagine if Dark Souls Remaster had post-launch support. That they got to listen to feedback and patch the game some more, you know, retweak some things. Oh, you know, we added weapon level matchmaking. Oh, but here's some criticisms regarding it, so we're going to tweak it a little bit. Like, it was just set it and forget it. Hey, Smell video is in the works. It's coming. I don't have a specific ETA yet, but it's coming along. I was supposed to be working on it today, but I got sidetracked by Darkroot Garden weird stuff and weird Vagrant locations. So, but I'll be back to it tomorrow. I'm excited for there's stuff in there that like I can't wait to share. Very silly. I learned how to de-aggro a boss that no one knows about yet. It doesn't really have cheese potential, sadly. It doesn't help you cheese the boss, but I learned how to mid-boss fight get a boss to stop paying attention to you. I'm like, I don't think anyone knew about it yet. So that's one of the funnier things that's going to be in that video. I'm gonna save. I'm not gonna continue answering questions just to not spoil who it is, but I will say now that it's not Priscilla though, since you asked. Priscilla's an interesting case because they set a really, really low battle start distance value on her. What do I mean by battle start distance? Sometimes you'll notice some enemies in the game look towards you but not do anything. And the reason that happens is because they literally already see you, but they have another threshold called battle start distance that's set to something lower than that, right? So like an enemy can maybe see 30 meters away, but its battle start distance is only 10. So it'll like kind of turn to look at you the second you get 30 meters away, but as soon as you get to 10 meters, it goes, it's game time. Priscilla's battle start distance, again, I'll talk about this in the smell video, but this isn't really spoilery or whatever. It's just a random specific thing that's kind of interesting. Her battle start distance is only 20 meters, which is like, whoa, that is a tiny value for a boss. What are you doing there? But I feel like, and it doesn't really play in a way that would ever matter because she's in the middle of her arena, and her arena is tiny, right? So it's like, how could you possibly aggro her while you're more than 20 meters away? So I think that's why they didn't really care too much. But I think it might have been born of the fact that, like, when you first aggro her, she turns invisible and kind of walks towards you, because the reaction of not being within battle start distance can vary. Like, sometimes some enemies will only turn to look, but some enemies might decide to just slowly walk towards you during that time. Got another evil vagrant here. Which I believe that's what her reaction would be. And you actually can attack her from more than 20 meters away. If you get as close as you can to the edge of the platform, like before you get pulled back, you know, through the painting or whatever, you can be like 22 meters from her. So it is possible to like shoot her. And because of that, if I remember correctly from the footage, she does like take a second to walk slowly towards you, take an extra couple steps. Because I think she doesn't want to turn invisible. I think that's sort of like an attack in her AI. I haven't looked that closely at it. But basically, she's just kind of like, she knows where you are because of smell. And, well, it probably because of sight also at that point. I'm sure it's redundant. But if you're using visual stealth, right, if you had a hidden body cast, she would know where you are because of smell. And she's gonna start off the fight with like a couple extra steps of slow walking because of that. Because you're just a little too far for the battle start. So I actually haven't played around with that more. Now that I mention it, because I already like got through the Priscilla part of my video, but I'm like, you know what? I fired one arrow at her head and watched her like walk slowly to her a little bit, and now I'm realizing, wait a second though, I should really try like grabbing a Dragon Slayer Great Bow and like doing as much damage as I can with the first couple shots. Like, what would that look like? Would that be like a really good head start to the fight? It might be. I'm worried I wonder if killing her before she disappears triggers the moan glitch, the soft lock. Because I don't actually know the cause of that. I know it's described as if you one-shot her, you soft lock your game. Because like it screws up the boss fight and she doesn't spawn correctly, and you can no longer leave the painted world because it considered the boss fight as having begun. But I'm wondering if it doesn't truly need to be a one-shot. I wonder if it's killing her before she vanishes. And normally she vanishes after one hit, which is why it has to be a one-shot, but maybe it doesn't have to be a one-shot if you're over 20 meters away, maybe? So... Also, the weird thing with the not... I think she can attack you, right, if you're in that weird spot on the left side of the arena, but she doesn't go invisible, though, right? Do I have that right? Oh, you can one-shot her and not get the glitch? Okay. Yeah, I gotta look more into the moan glitch, because I'm realizing now, due diligence, I should probably, like, do a little more research on what's going on with her there and expand on that in the video, because that would be interesting. All I know is that Lobos Jr., for years on YouTube, had a moan percent, like a moan any percent speedrun, where it was just doing that as quickly as possible. Just speedrunning to Priscilla to soft lock the game. This is a very funny idea. The video was up for years, for a very long time with no issue, and then eventually it got delisted like by YouTube. Like they took it down for violating community, like they eventually thought it was porn or something. Because it got to the part of the video where she just keeps doing her death moan repeatedly or something. I don't know. I don't think... See, I don't think the content on its own could ever get flagged in that way, but I feel like maybe it's a couple flags conjoining. It could be like YouTube saying like, okay, some questionable audio appeared on this video, but like we're not going to do anything because it's just like it's a moan, you know, like whatever, like the algorithm, like it's not identifying content visually that's inappropriate, so it's just like whatever. You could make a moaning sound on a video, that's not, you know, just going to get you delisted or demonetized or whatever, taken down. But I wonder if like enough horny comments on the video piled up over time that like, yes, we finally got it. I feel like it's probably like those factors combined or something like that. Like that is just like, all right, like it paired these two things. Then realizing a video is getting a lot of lewd comments and that there was something weird in the audio. It might have put them together. We did it. This is our penultimate Vagrant sighting for the run. And yeah, he's facing the other direction. He's literally standing in the same spot, but you know what? He spawns in differently. That counts as like a different location or different spawn in to me, so that's why he's a different thing on the list. It's so funny that, again, only 6 Vagrants in the game did they do this to. And like we tried checking a couple of them out earlier in the run, being like, oh, well, this Vagrant is looking in your direction so I could see you better. And it's like, no, the other Vagrant was like angled enough to still see you. Like, obviously in this one, it would see us earlier coming on, but like most of the time that they're angled differently, it like had no bearing on the gameplay. It had like no effect. It's like so like unimportant. So good. So happy to have him here. That is Evil, Broken Window, Black Phantom. And we get to update the list to say 92 out of 93. And we'll pull the game chat back up, game window back up. Here we go. Look at him. Just a funny guy. Yeah, that could be at Hot Pocket, something weird like that. Oh, can I change? Okay, so I finally figured out everything on my computer is breaking if I don't run it in administrator mode, which is kind of scary. But that's a little bit of hyperbole, but a lot of things just don't fully work correctly. So in OBS, pressing F9 to record video footage, that's the hotkey I set up for that. Working on my videos, I noticed like one day, like I'm pressing F9 while I have the game up and it's just not recording video. So I Google it and someone's like recommends starting it OBS in administrator mode. So I'm like, okay, cool. I do that. And the hotkey suddenly starts working again. So in the last couple streams, I complained that when I went to go change some numbers, right, because I can press 1 to talk like this with the Vagrant, 2 to go into this pose with the Vagrant, 3 to go into angry ranting pose for the Vagrant. That like broke on me and it stopped working. But before this stream tonight, I was like, you know what? Since that fixed that shit in OBS, let me start a PNG Tuber Plus in administrator mode. Now the hotkeys are working again. Like what? It's so weird. Which it's a little hard to complain about because it's an extremely easy fix. But oh, he's coming. He lost sight because of stealth. Is this a Windows vibe coding moment? Who knows? Maybe it's just my computer is fucked up in some way that I don't understand, but really? He didn't see me? That's kind of impressive. But I've had all sorts of things. Like Dark Souls 3 crashes on me if I don't boot it in administrator mode. It crashes within exactly like 30 seconds of booting it up, which is very strange. Completely independent of how the game is loading content, because like I can go to the title screen, leave it at the title screen, and it'll crash in 30 seconds, or I can like load a character into the game and like be playing the game for a little bit, and it'll still be like 30 seconds relative to the time the game was booted up. It's just like, what? So yeah, there's like multiple things that I'm always running as administrator now. Oh yeah, so next place to die. Good point. Next place to die is inside. Like just like anywhere in here. So like I'll be dying to the Sentinels is how I will go about it. Yeah, I wonder if there's like some system files issues somewhere, which would be really annoying. Oh wait, no, not inside, outside. Archers. I brain fart. Yeah, we know. We just got the one inside. Yeah, no, we keep dying by the archers still. Sorry. I said that completely wrong. You have to finally open this gate. Yeah, Scanter. Yeah, I realize. I realize you probably know that now with, yeah, chat delay and yeah, whatever. But stream delay. So yeah, if you're not, if you want to help spawning it, but you're not really trying to check for it yourself every time, I would just run outside and like drop off by like the Batwing demons. That should do it. Ah, there's the regular one here, so I'm gonna get shut off, but that's okay. Had that issue with push to talk before with administrator mode hotkeys, yeah. All right, so at least that doesn't feel too bad then, knowing that there is like permissions with hotkeys and stuff that get kind of confused by that. The only thing that confuses me is that I'm pretty sure it didn't start off that way, right? It wasn't like earlier in my streams, like in the mapless run, I could press different keys on the keyboard to change what the Vagrant was doing, and I wasn't booting it in admin mode back then. I don't know, I'm going up by the window again. We've already checked this out. It's just habit at this point, reading chat and running up the stairs. Don't need to go here again. Oh, much faster grinding route, point out by Hot Pocket Remix in chat. Yeah. You could just be dying repeatedly outside the Darkroot tomb to spawn the same Vagrant. That's great. I could be checking here every now and again for good Vagrants. We got some before, but oh, I do. There is one final thing to check in. I'll do a couple things too after I get this last Vagrant, assuming this doesn't take forever and that we like run out of time tonight. Time's a flexible thing. I just try to not go like too absurdly late to be like unavailable literally the entire evening. But so there's never a hard cutoff for when I need to stop streaming. But I just forgot to eat more humanity. That's okay. I don't think it doesn't. There's no harm in continuing to spawn new ones, because yeah, whoever gets them gets them. Yeah, might as well keep going. But yeah, there are a couple things after we get the last one that I could show. I could do a tour in Smithbox of where the Vagrants are in the Darkroot Garden on the Xbox 360 because of the glitch, aka the 1.0 placements. And brain fart. What was the other? Oh yeah. And I also do want to end off with checking to see if the Vagrant cooldown registers in debug properly. I think it should, but because you can't go online and debug, I've never really... I mean, during Return to Origin, I did spawn a bunch of Vagrants on PC with, you know, I uninstalled debug to do that. But basically, this is all to say that I've only ever really fucked around with like the Vagrant inbox in Prepare to Die edition, where like stuff works, because you can take that online. So my goal is to kill the last Vagrant I get the cooldown, close the game, reinstall debug, and just like load up the character with debug and see if we can look at it. That'd be a fun thing to show on stream. And I take the stairs again. Yes. Yeah, always call out my bullshit. Always, please. The ADHD takes over and I can't remember anything ever. Oh, another attempt at Gravelording. Ooh. I gotta keep an eye out then, because you know what? Oh, no, I would see it, because there would be a sentinel outside the main hall. Yeah. Can I remember to just go out the main hall? You know what it is part of it is the fact that like I'm gonna be like ducking and weaving around the sentinels, that like I'm naturally getting steered off to the side too. Like it's just... Yeah, that's weird, Zero. I definitely don't have any Gravelord cooldowns to worry about. You know, that's been forever since I've been Gravelorded. That's literally only a 15-minute timer, so... Algie wants me to go up the stairs. Yeah, by not going up the stairs, we have no idea how many times we're getting the evil Vagrant up there again, potentially, but... Hey, that's how it is. That's one of those weird, like, existential, like, concerns about Dark Souls while you're playing. Now that you know Vagrants exist, like, you never know. If you're dying in an area repeatedly, maybe in the middle of one of those runs you got a Vagrant, never saw it, and sent it back off to someone else. You don't know. You have no way of knowing. That's what's kind of fun to think about, like, people who haven't seen Vagrants for themselves surely have gotten them in the inbox and sent it right back out because they didn't die or reload the area. So, like, we've all had lots of Vagrant traffic come through our games that we have absolutely no idea about and couldn't possibly be aware of. You're playing games from your childhood as an adult and realizing you can play differently was such a mind-blowing experience. That's funny. I feel like I haven't, like... I don't know. I don't think there's any games from my Amiga childhood that I'd be like any better as an adult. I feel like I'd be able to beat all the same games, and all of the games that I got stuck on, I would still get stuck on as an adult. Oh no, like when you killed a shiny Pokemon because you didn't understand it was rare. However, as someone who actually hasn't played much Pokemon, as I've talked about in previous streams, I've literally only played like Pokemon Yellow. A little bit of one of the Game Boy Advance remakes or whatever. Like how rare is a shiny? And does that drastically vary between different titles? Like, is that like a... Is it like a 1 in 1,000 chance for a certain Pokemon to be shiny? Or is it, you know, a lot more generous than that? Is it like a 1 in 100? What kind of RNG are we talking about? In Gen 3, it's like 1 in 8,000. Good God. Okay. Okay. Wow. That's, You are, like, iterating through... I can kind of understand, because you're constantly running into Pokemon, though. So it's like... I kind of understand putting the number a little bit higher, but that is wildly high. Like, it definitely shouldn't have been 1 in 100 or anything like that. Like, that would just not be that interesting or cool. Yeah, very easy to play the old games, never see a shiny. Yeah, that's cool. I dig that. Is it only certain Pokemon that can have shiny variants, or is it like literally anyone in the game could be a shiny? Oh, only wild Pokemon. I don't know the difference between a wild Pokemon and a trainer one. Yeah, chat could be making this all up at this point, and I would not like have any grasp of like I'm like every Pokemon has a shiny variant, but some of them are shiny locked. You can never legit get them outside of events or just outright hacking. Okay, gotcha. There's also 1 in 6 billion chance to die instantly when you take a step forward. Yeah, that rules. I like those odds. That's incredible. Yes, Locane, just one left. And it's a complete toss-up if this is gonna happen soon or if this is gonna take, like, hours. I don't think... multiple people online have already seen this one at this location. At least 3 or 4 people, so... Have I ever been player invaded in this Vagrant run? No. With whom did I do PvP? I think I did it as Gravelord Invasions? Is that how... Even though we've already found this good Vagrant, it's kind of fun checking for him. Let's take a look. Yeah. I forgot that I had brightness at 5 because of... I mean, honestly, 5 looks a little better. Maybe 8's a little washed out, but I don't know. Sometimes I like... A lot of my footage is like at 8. In my older videos, sometimes my brightness was like even higher, which is like a little too much. My older monitor was like lean a little bit dim, so I didn't realize like how bright it fucking was. But I tend to... When I'm recording game footage for my videos, I usually have the brightness like around 8. Because I'm less concerned about like what's the most ideal like look in terms of aesthetic for like the game looking cool if you're just playing it, and more focused on the visual clarity of like want things to look really clear when I'm talking about how things work and whatnot. And there's the regular one here, but we need the red one. Yeah, we definitely did a few Gravelord PvP matches, but I couldn't remember if I ever, like, just got invaded by one of you, but I don't think so. Because I think I've been more, like, would have been a little more paranoid about that, just because, I've been making save backups, like, super frequently. Not that I don't think it even matters that much, because it's not, like, you know... I like the idea that I'm seeing all the Vagrants with, like, a single character, but, like, we're not actually getting anything in the game file, so, like... If I had to load a save backup, I would be like, oh no, those Vagrants we saw don't count. You know, like, I don't know, like, it doesn't... So, like, you know, who cares if I had to load a save backup, but I've been doing it super frequently, and obviously I don't have the PvP overhaul installed, so I'm like, don't want to be open to... Invader... Hey, there was a drift item here, too, from, like, way back. That's funny. Unless someone's still working on that location. The one that was hardest to spawn was the Black Phantom version, specifically of an Evil Vagrant in New Londo Ruins, that was on top of the rooftop that Ingward is on. It's not on the same level of the roof as Ingward. Like, you don't go climb the ladder to get to it. You have to like go on the outside of the building. That one took a very long time. It was somewhat boosted though that it took so long, and I had a really good run leading up to it that I stopped trying, and I had to resume trying that one on a different stream. So it might be like that meme of like the miner like digging and like being like really close to the gems, you know, like if I kept going that night, maybe it would have only taken like 3 hours, or, you know, like so it's hard to say. Like, so that one was definitely technically the longest, but there was another one in the Darkroot Basin that took like 3 hours or whatever. So in my head, those two are kind of tied, because it's like the New Londo ones technically took a little longer, but I did maybe lose momentum of grinding for it by stopping, you know. The Painted World was out of control. I mean, and there was really good luck in other runs too. I mean, like, Willisville Township got the Evil Vagrant and Good Vagrant at the same time on the first run without even reloading the area. That's like the best luck in getting them instantly, but basically Painted World was like almost tied for that essentially. What am I looking at out there? I was like, can you see the Vagrant from down there? I saw a bit of white, but no, not at all. But there were like a couple spots that happened in the Painted World. There was a point where I got like a couple Vagrants simultaneously. One point where like I just checked and it was there instantly. But Painted World is definitely the peak of the run in terms of most activity, because it was the most simultaneous sightings, right? There was like a Good Vagrant and like 6 drift bags or 7 drift bags at the same time. Like, and seeing the Good Vagrant over and over and over, like, there was so much. So yeah, that was like the, if you go back to the VODs and you just look at like the Painted World stream, it's just wild. So Dorky, is it Dorky or Dorkle? I couldn't, Dorky. So the way it works is there's basically 80 Vagrant spawn locations in the game. Half of those are Good Vagrants, half of those are Evil Vagrants. So the one you're asking about, the one with the claw arm, those are the Evil Vagrants. So there's like 40-ish of those in the game. But yeah, all Vagrant types combined, there's like 80 of them, but 6 of them have weird variants that are kind of like duplicated, which is what we're working on now. We've already gotten one here, but I want to get a slightly different one. So that the count goes up to 86, if you count like all of the weird slight location variants. But the count is artificially inflated to 93 because I wanted to go to areas where Vagrants can't spawn. Because you can still send drift item bags. The things that are supposed to turn into Good Vagrants eventually, those can be sent in areas where Vagrants don't show up. So I went like anywhere that has a title card where you can't find a Vagrant, and I was like, all right, let's go at least find a drift item bag. So I added that to the count, increasing it from 86 to 93. But yeah, the real answer is 86. Am I getting tired of Vagrants yet? Never. Yeah, this shit rules. I mean, but it's gotten to the point, though, where, like, so many, you know... It's definitely, some of the sightings are casual at this point, where it's like, oh, I've already gotten that one a bunch of times, just seeing one and just running by it, looking for the next one. I kind of like checking for that Good Vagrant again, because why not? It's kind of funny. Plush Vagrant when? Like, that would be so hard to make as a plush and have it, like, look decent, just because their anatomy is so damn weird that I'm like, all these floppy tendrils on top. I guess you could put, like, rods. Like these wrapped rods of sort for them. So they stand upright. Oh, the message on the Vagrant spawn? It is one about the Vagrant. It was left by chat. I'll go back down and read it again next time. See if it's got more votes. That's the funny thing about chat too. I mentioned this in a previous stream, but like in Prepare to Die edition, it was really hard to get messages from specific players. I remember doing tests where like all of us would like I get a testing partner, we would both drop 6 messages in like a certain room and like wait like, oh, how long is it going to take to see each other's messages, and waiting like an hour for one of us to get one and like the other player like not even getting any. So it's like, damn, like, okay. And you know, maybe some of those were masked to require seek guidance to see, because that's a thing that can happen. Some player messages require seek guidance. But I never really tried testing that in the remaster as much, but clearly from the streams here, I'm getting messages all the time that are about the Vagrant runs we're doing, so it works so much better here. Beware strange creature. Yeah, up to 6. That's nice. Here, why not? Why not? For old time's sake. Let's get another good Vagrant going. I'm not going to drop this every run, but... Oh, you're from Brazil, yeah. How is my brief Portuguese in my Dark Souls 2 video, if you saw that? I heard I did okay. I was very mad, though, because I trusted Google on one thing. I said gigantes to say giants, but it was just supposed to be gigantes with more of a T sound, right? Is that correct? Because I'm so mad if it was just supposed to be gigantes, because, like, that's how I would have said it, of my own. That was me trying to sound more Portuguese or Brazilian or whatever, and I screwed it up. And we got this guy again, but not the Black Phantom version. Oh, really? Gigantes. More like gigantes. I'm trying to remember what was the line I said, because I had to rehearse it enough that I should be able to like pull it back into memory, even though the video was so long ago. What was it? It was something about the giants crossing the sea. So it was like, again, I'm going to say it wrong now because it's definitely, I don't speak Portuguese, but it was like Os gigantes cruzaram os mares talvez para voltar para casa. Something like that, right? Is that, hopefully that's understandable. And I'm going up the stairs again when I don't need to. Stair strats are back. Oh, I gotta die fall damage? Nice. Yeah, it's a very cool line. Very cool line of dialogue. It's like the English translation is the giants cross the seas perhaps in Homecoming, I think. Which it sounds really cool in both languages. Brazil's a good movie. Hell yeah, it is. Yeah, Brazil rules. Brazil. Da, 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 da. Ba, da, 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 da. Da, da. Ba, da. Yeah, homecoming is not like a way we would say that very naturally, very commonly, but like perhaps in homecoming, like everyone would understand it in English. Like there's nothing wrong with that. It's correct. But that's just like not. It's a very good localization. Whatever the Japanese text originally said, whoever came up with that in English was cooking. They were just like, oh, that's good. That's good writing. Because they could have easily said, like, perhaps to return home would have been, like, a more immediately obvious way to say something like that. Yeah, the ending to Brazil is rough. Yeah, great movie. It's such a funny role for, what's his name? Famous actor that I would remember at any other point in time. When you ever, it's horrible when you get brain farts that like you just can't. What's his name from Heat? And Meet the Fockers or whatever. He's in Brazil. Why am I forgetting the name of the most famous? Mr. Taxi Driver, Robert De Niro. Thank you. Just like, what the, it's insanely fucked up that I couldn't pull his name, but I was just singing the music to Brazil. Yeah, that's cool. It's impossible to remember proper names while streaming. That's too. There's definitely a particular like optimization of streaming that creates like its own sort of brain fog because you're like reading chat, playing game, talking like. We're almost there, Keith. We're almost there. If you haven't seen Brazil, Keith, we gotta watch that at some point. I don't know if that's ever come up with our group or whatever, but like that's you know, essential watch at some point in your life. And I would be super down to watch it. The guy, the main character in Brazil is in the upcoming Elden Ring movie. I'm forgetting that actor's name. That is not brain fog. That's I just can't remember his name. But yeah, the protagonist of Brazil will be in the Elden Ring movie. Yes, McCad, we are working on this last one. That's not true, Keith. You're not. If we get Colonel back in chat, there's a much lower bar. Sorry, Colonel. Jonathan Price, thank you. Thanks, Paparina. Hello, by the way. Yes, Buttle in the lands between. It's going to happen. Well, here, let's do. We'll get another good Vagrant in the mix. Yeah, De Niro's just like one of those movies. Like when you're watching Brazil, it's kind of like you're just like, what? Like it just feels unexpected the moment it happens. You're just like, he's in this movie. Yeah, Clockwork Orange. That's going to be a tough watch, a very stressful, tough watch. The soundtrack to that movie is so damn good, though. That opening theme, especially. Wendy Carlos, electronic music pioneer. She was like openly trans, like in the 70s too, which is just like cool as hell. I don't know about inventing, but was definitely like went way hard with synthesizers in a way that hadn't really been done before. Yeah, I don't know what role she might have had in development, but it was the sort of thing where like a lot of early synth records were very experimental. Like, oh, we built this like gadget that can make you turn knobs and it makes sounds. So like a lot of early like synth records are just people like fucking around. But she's like, oh, I'm gonna do classical music and like perform every individual part of the orchestra in some like insanely expensive rig where we just like record a track for like every instrument and does like, you know, like orchestral synth arrangements. And it's like, damn, like that, like no one has been doing that. It's like this really built up and like proper like musical performance. Good shit. Yeah, I could be healing with just a humanity. I'm afraid I'm paranoid of like dying at any given point because I'm always like, what if this is the run? What if it's in my world right now? And but again, I'm also like half paying attention to the chat. Like, just, you know, a lot of decisions are not decisions and they're just me pressing buttons. But yeah, if I take another hit now, then I'm like, I already have enough humanity, so if I take a hit, then it's Estus. Remember, 99% of gamblers quit just before winning big? I know, that is the vibe. That is the vibe here. Oh, I didn't even know. I still haven't seen any Game of Thrones. There I am, not having seen or being aware of a thing. So I had no idea that Jonathan Pryce was in it. Yeah, that's like a much better cultural touch point for people, like explaining who someone is. For me, I'm just like, oh, it's the guy from Brazil. But just the regular one again. Oh yeah, Macad. So killing Calamite without Goff. So it's funny. It's simultaneously like incredibly annoying and a pain in the ass, but also the cheese method at the same time. Because there is a spot you can find that's safe to stand and just use like a billion arrows. I don't remember where it is exactly in the arena, but there's videos like showing how to do it. Oh, cool! You got the red one scanned here. All right, it's happening. Yeah, you can defeat Calamite without it getting shot down if you just use a lot of arrows and know where to stand, and probably tank some damage on the way getting there or something. I don't know what that looks like exactly. Again, this is out of the way and unnecessary, but good Vagrant? No. Yeah, I don't think they thought about it too much. It's one of those things that they probably looked at it and probably figured it could be possible, but I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't bother playtesting. You know, I think they were like, I think they suspected the possibility but didn't design around it that much, if that makes sense. Oh, you know, you're right, Fort Deep. And no, yeah, absolutely. I think Goff does have a unique line of dialogue. I forgot about that. That's one thing in the game I've actually never done myself. I haven't bothered doing it. I just, you know, watched videos of other people do it. You love a lot of arrows and cheesing bosses? Well, have I got a boss for you? Gwendolyn. There's some videos out there explaining a bow cheese method for Gwendolyn, and both of them recommend poison arrows, but hell nah. I've got a much better method. With you want to use the black bow of Ferris, hawk ring, and feather arrows. And then that way you can do damage from a distance where Gwendolyn won't teleport away or aggro. And then so you can kill Gwendolyn much, like, astronomically faster than you could with poison arrows. Oh, that's cool, Alice. I like that. The dialogue is what you're trying to get to truly 100% the game. Yeah, I like having coming up with your own metrics for like what constitutes 100%ing. I say that now while I'm doing a Spawn All Vagrants run, so I hope I don't curse you to hell by like making you feel like you have to Spawn All Vagrants now, because that would be a true nightmare. No, I get it though, because there's stuff like all of the weapons trophies going off when you don't actually have all the weapons. Like, oh, that's kind of lame. I want to get all the weapons, you know. I did forget to pop humanity. I feel pretty safe about that good Vagrant. I don't think he has a nav mesh to go off the ledge. I think he's just going to disappear. Running to that end of Gwendolyn's arena is another natural self-imposed challenge, I'd say. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's cool. I don't think it's counterproductive, because it's RNG if we get... RNG is maybe not the right word, but yeah, it's kind of whoever on the network sends one to you. And they wouldn't be mutually exclusive. They wouldn't, like, a Black Phantom one that isn't going to not come into my game because a regular one came, they could show up at the same time. So yeah, like it's not going to hurt anything. Now it might not be productive. So like instead of counterproductive, it could just not be productive in the sense that they have to get passed around 20 times to become their Black Phantom version. So like anyone that we get that's going to be in its Black Phantom form has to be one that was kind of created a while ago now. So I think you're absolutely right about that. Like we're not really... But that's the thing, though. It's there's always like the temptation of like, what if I do have bad luck getting one that's old and we have to create one that's going to be the one that eventually we're going to see like a while later. But at this point, though, this late into the stream, I think you're right. We actually don't really have to be creating more. But since I'm already out here checking for it, might as well spam the network so other players online can get them. It's kind of interesting to think about, like, rarest weapons. Like, what is the rarest weapon in Dark Souls? Rarest gear you can get. I haven't made a video on, like, item drops yet. That's at some point. Like, I started scripting one a long-ass time ago, and that's on the pile of, like, return to at some point. But, like, rarest weapon is definitely the regular Ghost Blade, right? Because there's a bunch of weapons that have the same drop rate of 1%, right? That's like the rare weapon drop rate, basically. There's the Balder Side Sword is 1%, Trident is 1%, both of the Ghost Blades are 1%. But when you factor and at max item discovery, some of their odds might scale slightly differently, right? Like at 410 item discovery, like the odds of one of those might be 3.9%. The odds of another one might be 3.7%. Like it can distort a little bit depending on like what other drops they have to distribute those improved odds with. But regardless of all of that, they're all in the same ballpark when you have max item discovery. And it's just that only 2 female ghosts, you know, there's only 2 of them in the entire level. Those are the only ones that drop the regular ghost blade. There's no nearby bonfires. So just the farming route. You know, like the RNG could be the same if you talk about like killing one of any of these random enemies. Like, oh yeah, the odds are 1 in 100, or you know, or max item discovery 3.7%, 3.9%, whatever the hell. But in terms of like actually getting it, though, it's like, oh, that requires farming and trying repeatedly, and like that is the biggest farming route pain in the ass easily. A lot of people complain about the trident because the trident is the worst one to get for the achievement, because the achievement doesn't require the regular ghost blade. But yeah, if the ghost blade was required in the achievements, people would be complaining about everyone would just be like whatever about the trident in comparison, I think. But there are a couple 0.5% drops. There are a couple pieces of gear that are technically only half as common in the RNG. There's the bloat head, the helmet, and the 4-pronged plow. Those 2 DLC items. But the thing is, half as common as a 1% drop. A bunch of those enemies are closer to bonfires and are more numerous. So farming the female ghosts definitely takes more than twice as long as farming them does. So that definitely washes out as like, oh, Ghostblade is still the rare, despite having a higher number. Titanite slabs are wildly rare. They're all only 0.2% chance at base item discovery, besides the regular Titanite slab, which is 0.21%, which is like, I don't know if they thought they were being generous, being like, hey boss, we're setting all of these to 0.2%. Those odds are very low. A lot of people are going to want the regular slab. Do we bump that up to 0.21%? Like, what? Why is it not just 0.2% like the rest of the slab? I don't understand. Like, that is if you're going to bump it up at all, that's like the most ridiculous thing. Oh, I popped humanity twice. I got more humanity than I needed to. So that's nonsense. That comes out to like a 0.67% spawn chance at max item discovery, the regular slab. So that's extremely rare. That takes a lot of effort to farm. The craziest drop you could possibly get in Dark Souls 1, though, and this is going to sound funny, depends on the context, could be the Symbol of Avarice. No one sweats getting the Symbol of Avarice because it's a guaranteed drop by the time you kill the last mimic of the base game. You know, it uses the same counter system, like you kill all of the necromancers, the last one you kill is going to drop a skull lantern. You kill both the butchers, the second butcher's always going to drop the sack. It has the same counter system applied to the mimic. So simply getting one, not difficult at all. Just go kill all the mimics. But if you get the Symbol of Avarice from the very first mimic you kill, the odds were only 0.1%. Twice as rare as the Titanite slab. So that is by far the rarest drop. So if you ever are watching like a Let's Play or casual playthrough of the game, and you see someone be like, oh, what's this? Got a Symbol of Avarice and Sen's Fortress. That is the ultimate Dark Souls 1 jackpot. That is the luckiest drop by far. I don't know. I haven't done the math to see how it's probably because like I'm not smart enough to do the math on the like. There's the formula is complicated. I'm not a good math person. I don't know. I know other people who do know how to calculate it out better. I use Debug to kind of figure out things, because in Debug you can test drop rates in bulk. You can like drop 10. You can basically virtually kill an enemy 10,000 times in a few seconds, and it prints out a page of stats telling you what the drop rate was. So that's how. And I've done a lot of testing on this, which is how I know a lot of these numbers off the top of my head. But it's you can't really test the bulk drop rate of those ones that have the item count easily, because like every successive kill increases that count by 1, so you're just gonna get an average drop rate of the cumulative. Like, what if you killed not that first symbol, that first mimic 10,000 times, but you're killing all of the mimics in the game on a loop 10,000 times. So that's going to completely skew the odds. So it's hard to know. But with that counter voice crack, with that counter system, each one you kill, the odds do increase a bit. So like by the second to last mimic, the odd isn't only 0.1%. The odds might be like 3% or something weird. I have no idea. And that's exactly right. You can farm it with Lloyd's talismans. Each Lloyd's talisman you use increases that counter. So you don't have to get lucky with Lloyd's talismans. It's guaranteed to drop on like the 7th or 8th mimic. You know, 7th or 8th time you use it on a single mimic. Sorry for all the throat clearing, but I'm starting to lose my voice. Yeah, I forget how many mimics there are in the base game. It's whatever the... get out of there. Yeah, that's it, Algie. It's the Lloyd's Talisman. Yeah, I totally lost my voice. I'm gonna go get a fucking drink. BRB. Okay, I am back. Thanks for Spawn All Flems. Exactly. I put on some hot water for some tea. And yes. I'm glad I have a kettle. Though I am jealous of how apparently electric kettles just work better in Europe. There's a really good video. What's that YouTuber? Technology Connections? If you're not familiar with that channel, go check it out. It's a great channel. Just this total nerd, and I mean that in the most affectionate way possible. Just likes talking about how things work. Very informative, very good vibe, very good pace of information. Like, this is very good, like, chill out content that's like entertaining and relaxing. Talking about, like, they have one talking about like electric kettles or whatever, and it's just like a voltage situation where like it's not they just fundamentally can't heat up as quickly with the outlets that we have in the US. Like that's exactly right. They're a lot less common in the US because of that. You know, I guess like also tea culture, like I guess is like a bigger thing in the UK and parts of Europe. Which is just insane to me. Like, doesn't everyone love tea? Like, hot tea, iced tea. I mean, like, it's the best shit ever to me. Like, coffee can be good too, but I'd definitely be more of a tea person than a coffee person. But yeah, no, it's not a lot of houses in the U.S. have electric kettles. It's like, pick one house at random, and like they don't have one, which apparently like is just not that like. Houses are more likely to have them than not, right? In other places. Yeah, it's one of the best like kitchen purchases you can make. Like, I don't know, it's just. Oh, he has at least 3 videos on the topic. Yeah, hell yeah. So, pardon me, with the name in Japanese there, and I'm going to embarrass myself, because I tried learning kana a long time ago and, like, kind of fell off. Is that... I'm going to try to read your handle, don't tell me. Is that, like, Bigu Posu? Oh, hey, there we go. I got there. Okay, cool. No, it's okay. Well, I did sound it out before you, like, right before the text big box came on the screen. Hey, so I retained a little bit. I don't speak any Japanese. I had like, you know, not so strong convictions and aspirations wanting to learn. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna learn, and then I didn't. But learning kana, at least, I should at least brush up on my like hiragana and katakana, because knowing those 2 things is like alone is just very helpful. We did it! We did it! We did it. There's going to be hot tea on the way just in time for the stream basically being done. But there's a couple things I want to show off here at the end, though. Anyways. We did it. This is... every vagrant in the game we have seen. In a single run... Safe to say, no one else has ever done this before, just because, like, why would you? And again, without the help of a chat, the amount of effort this would take would be Herculean. I would know, because back in the day when I was making the wiki page for Vagrants, the Future Press guidebook did have a list of the Vagrant spawn locations, but, like, some of them weren't worded super clearly. And in the end, it did wind up having, like, a couple small mistakes or whatever. So, like, I had to confirm them. So I went throughout the game on PlayStation 3, grinding Vagrants at every location I wasn't doing it without, you know, anyone helping me. This was I didn't have a streaming setup. I didn't have a PC. Like, I didn't really have anyone to, like, hang out and kind of, like, do that activity with. So I did it like the hard way back in the day on PS3, and it was like a nightmare. I like went through I spent so long confirming all the Vagrant locations. Now that we did this with chat, this was like a million times more fun. It went way faster. And what I should say too about my PS3 stuff and back in the day is like there were like 1 or 2 locations that like I didn't get in this. Like I returned later on because I was kind of like I spent like hours and hours at a certain location and just like gave up. So I remember there were a couple like that I had to come back to later on and like double check and reconfirm with debug or something like that. Or maybe I did spawn them in eventually, but like on a different character later on. So definitely I didn't do it like I did now, where I just like in a concerted effort got them all knocked out on a single character. Hey, thank you so much for the super chat, Scanter, and thanks you Jaden Ass for becoming a member. Jaden Ass. Yeah, very thrilled to have done this. Like just a weird challenge run idea. Like right before I did this stream, I knew it was kind of a weird idea because I'm just like, are people gonna want to hang out and watch me just jump off a cliff repeatedly? Like what is this stream gonna be? But I kind of realized like, wait, it's kind of an absurd premise and people are gonna get to see weird creatures. The thing I did underestimate though was just how many people in chat were actually gonna participate. So it turned into something else where everyone in chat being like, hey, I got one, oh, I'm seeing a drift item bag, which just like made it so much cooler. All of a sudden I was like, oh shit, like the thing that's so cool about spawning vagrants to me is knowing that you might blow the minds of some other random players. So seeing people in chat being like, I got one, I'm just like, yes, like that's why I do this. Like that's why I like again, once in a blue moon, firing up the game just to drop items for like an hour, because I want people to get weird shit. I want people to see these things. So just kind of rambling here, but we got to go through the process. We got to check them off, and we're going to get that count to 93 out of 93. And that... Oh, I get chat pulled back up here. So there are a couple things before we close out the stream that I want to take a look at here. Let's do debug first. The real big boss. Let's go. Okay, will I even kill him? Okay, got him. Okay. So we just triggered the cooldown timer, which again, I have plenty of experience looking at how this looks like in the debug interface in Prepare to Die Edition. I've never done this in the remaster. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quit the game. I know, it's a little mean that I killed off the last one that we really had to fight off, but hey, I'm always doing things for science in the end whenever I can. So gonna Alt F4 the game. I'm going to go to my folder, Dark Souls 1 remastered folder, and I'm going to reinstall debug, which only takes a split second here. It is reinstalled, and let's fire this thing back up. Okay, now we're in debug. And by the way, just to show for anyone in chat who doesn't know like how I make my videos or like what that process looks like, most of the time when I'm gathering footage, I'm going into what's called debug walkthrough, and this lets me load any map instantly. Like I can just go into like, oh, I want to go to New London Ruins. Oh, that's map 16. Boom, I'm here. And like so, I can debug dash around, I can fly around, do stuff like that. But so most of the footage I get is never like on a character that actually has save data associated with it. Anything you load in here is disposable. The game never saves. There is cool stuff you can do, like, for example, let me show this off real quick. It helps a lot for progressing quest lines, right? Because I can, oops, I don't know why I quit out instantly. You can like teleport around the game. and like do minimal playthrough style, right? Like if it's like, oh, I want footage of like Rhea and everyone in Firelink Shrine, it's like, oh, the trigger for that is Capra Demon. So like instead of playing through the game, I'm literally just going and killing the Capra Demon instantly, like this, loading the map and going straight back to Firelink, right? Like I can like sort of burn through quest lines pretty quickly. The neat part, the way that this like menu is implemented though, is like,
How's he a rat?
if I want footage of me having like killed an NPC and getting like their dialogue or whatever, the way this works is that from here, even though it's not making save data, it is remembering everything from this instance. I could go into another map and come back and he's still dead. So it did remember that like on a temporary scale. But if I back out of the menu to the main menu to here and then go back in there, that refreshes everything and now he's alive again. So it's just like, it's kind of cool how you can hold on to like mini progress and use that to get footage, and then you're like, well, no, I need that guy alive again. You just back out and you get it back. So very debug is like the best thing on the planet for getting video of the game. Like what? But title boot puts me into my save data. This is how I can't go online because debug is incapable of going online. But I can still load my same characters. Right? And you wouldn't want to do this if you don't know what you're doing with debug, because you could easily screw up your save data. Like you could easily like mess up with your character, like how your character is, completely wipe their inventory if you press buttons in the wrong menu. But anyways, this is where I normally find Vagrant data. Oh, can I change the game resolution? Let's hold up. So we can get bigger text on the screen. No, it doesn't want to. Not if I'm full screen. Okay, that's fine. You win. I'm not going to mess with that while I'm trying to stream. The size of the text here like scales with the resolution of the game, so it could be bigger. But there's a menu here called FRBG Net. This relates to like net stuff. So will we find the cooldown timer active for the Vagrants here? Item Vagrants. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so I can actually show this Vagrant inbox and outbox I've been talking about this entire stream. This is what it actually looks like. So here's the cooldown timer. When that gets to 0, then I can set and receive Vagrant data again. But when that gets to 0, and I can wipe it to 0 myself now that I'm in debug. I can press triangle to delete it. It instantly triggers this other timer underneath it, which is the cooldown timer. So I can send in the follow-up cooldown timer, I should say. So what happens is I can send and receive Vagrants now, but doing so, getting another one and killing another Vagrant again while this timer is running increases the length of the cooldown timer. And I do talk about this in my, oddly enough, not in my video about Vagrants, because I didn't fully understand how the cooldown worked back then, but in my video about invasion cooldown timers, I also cover how this works. There's weird quirks to it. The way it was implemented is like a little buggy and strange. But these lines down here is the inbox and outbox. X are attempted outgoing Vagrants, which means... Well, why do I have one stuck on an inbox? How does that make sense? Anyway, so the ones with the X are ones that you try to send to other players. Normally, like, if you die and lose a bloodstain twice, you'd only see it flash in here for like a split second, because it's like you've created it, but it's already found another player in line to send it to. So it's just like blink and you miss it. But when you're offline, the outgoing Vagrants, they're always marked with an X at the start of the line. That just piles up. So there's a Humanity Vagrant, which is an evil Vagrant. So that means like one was... So I must have had another evil Vagrant somewhere in the level when we triggered the cooldown. I guess that must be what that means. And there was also a drift item bag. Wait, I don't see the number of passes here, though. I forget which number would... Times 1? No, 0. Did I drop an item that run? I must have dropped an item and don't remember it. Did I drop Lloyd's Talisman? What the hell? Does the count screw up if I trigger the cooldown on it. Yeah, I don't know, because there should be something that tells me how many times the Lloyd's Talisman bag has passed, but I'm not seeing that right now, so that's a little confusing. And then the circle is an inbox. That should be the one where you reload an area and you get a Vagrant to show up. So, that's weird. Oh, and it's going to turn, the timer is counting down abruptly, so it's going to try sending it back out in 60 seconds. We can watch that happen. Or should I try to reload it and get it into my game? Like, let's try to reload it and get it to my game. Let's see if that happens. No, I can't because of the... Oh, no, I can because I freed the cooldown. Yeah, so the incoming one is gone. The one with the circle is gone because I did the reload. So that's what I was talking about when you have that 5-minute window to actually spawn a Vagrant into your game. Because you first receive the Vagrant, you get that line with the circle at the beginning of it, and it's on a 5-minute timer, and if you don't reload the area, then it just immediately turns into an outgoing and gets sent back out instantly. Of course, these outgoing ones are stuck because I'm not online and there's no one to send them to, and they'll never point back towards me. So we have another Vagrant offline right now, which is cool. That was something else I wanted to show on stream at one point, and now we can actually do that. I didn't pay attention to the data, so I don't know... Oh, wait, but hold up. We can do funny... We're in debug. What am I doing here? Let's do this properly. Let's not like treat this with any respect. Let's go all out like I would in debug. So characters all know hit, all know it. No, all know attack, all know move. So enemies can't move right now. I'm invulnerable. I can fly. Let's go. It's probably just the one out here again because we were working so hard on it. And thankfully I do have hot tea here now, so I can take a sip in a second. Oh, it's really hot though. Might wait another second on that. Yeah, like the disrespect after immediately getting them all legit. Yeah, now it's like, no. The gloves are coming off. I got debug installed again. Yep, yeah, he's here. We can get as close as we want because we turned off enemy, like, not AI technically, but it's just like an all note, like a command where they don't do stuff. Yeah. We now have access to free cam. We can see how the core is just a 2D texture. Oh yeah, I can take control of them too. Yeah, why not? Well, let's do that. I will hold on. This is often why enemies are like never attacking me in my videos. Like if I'm getting footage of a combat, it's because I turn those features back off. But like anytime I load into them by default, I'm always just like turning on like no attack, no move. Like, let's make the Vagrant invulnerable too before we start messing around with him. Yeah, and this is so you can see how two different ones are in the same location. So the blue one, the blue capsule here, is trying to highlight the Black Phantom version of the evil Vagrant. But he's not here, so this is our guy. So I can just do no dead, no damage, and he's safe now. Yeah, let's go kill like an enemy. Like we probably can't wander too far without him de-rendering, but we can go kill like a Batwing demon with the Vagrant. So there's an option here called Switch Control Player. This puts me in control of him. I do have to go back into that other menu to turn off no move and no attack though. Yeah. So let's go. Can I make him gold like a Sunbro? That is a great question. Yes, I think I can. I don't think there's any reason I can't cycle through character types with him. I'm so glad he spawned, because now we get to end the Vagrant stream with like some ridiculous crap. Yeah, I can show some stuff that I wouldn't have been able to show otherwise in stream. Yeah. Very, very fortunate ending to the Vagrant run. Because I could have easily just not had one. Okay, so what are my buttons on this controller? Okay, that R1 is punch. R2 is other directional punch. L1 is... There we go. That's the good shit. I have to be careful to not experiment with other buttons on the controller. I just realized now I could have messed the whole thing up. So let's kill these guys before I start pressing other buttons. We're locked on. Am I locked on? Oh, wait, no. I have to change my team type to be hostile to it. Duh. Okay. So that is character basic info, team type. If I make myself... They're coming for me, but good thing I made myself invincible. Can I get an attack in, please? Ugh. Okay, hold on. These bullies. Oh, shredded that guy. Let's go. Oh, I'm so happy about that. So the Vagrants have an unused disappearing animation. So at some point, the evil Vagrants, I should say. So at some point they considered giving the evil Vagrants the same functionality as the good Vagrants. So I don't know what button I press on the controller, but once I do that, he's gone. So before I do that, character type. We can see we have a... Hold on. I gotta disable the HUD for this. Oh no, he's gone! He's gone! Oh no, it doesn't make him permanently go away. I forgot about that. Okay, everything's good. Everything's good. I can keep pressing buttons on the controller. I pressed confirm, and I thought I was gonna lose the Vagrant. HUD off. Let's go. Okay, I'm excited about this. We have a co-op Vagrant. We have Black Phantom Vagrant. That's how we normally get there. What? Are you just not applying? It doesn't want to apply these other... they're like really subtle, or they don't work with it. That's funny if the co-op one works. No, they're very subtle. Oh, no, but look at that, though. We have a Dragon Spirit Vagrant. We've got a Dragon Spirit Vagrant of all fucking things. That works. I don't know why the other colors don't. There's like a very subtle change with the other ones, but the shaders aren't like completely applying correctly. Yeah, this is cool. That's what I'd love to see in a randomizer, like a very, very, very rare chance for enemies to get like weird filters with different effects, rather than just like the Gravelord one. Like seeing a Dragon Spirit enemy show up would be like, what? Because the Dragon Spirit color shit, like I'll apply it to like a Sentinel in a little while or something else. Enemies look cool when you start making them look weird colors. Can we get a ghost though? Oh, he doesn't show up as there's no ghost version of a Vagrant. That's not surprising. I think that could only work on the player character. But yeah, like some of these, like this is probably gold maybe? I don't remember which color is gold because he's getting slightly brighter on some of them, but that's so weird that white, red, and Dragon Spirit work, but gold doesn't. I'm very baffled by that. The Dragon Spirit, that shit is so cool. But yeah, I press the A button on the controller, and that tries to have him disappear away, just like the good Vagrant. Oh, there's my jump. There's is that T-posing? Is that... Oh, I went to debug dash. He's not supposed to move that quickly. That was just debug dash, but he's got strafing. He can strafe. Look at how cool that shit looks. Like, Like, that is one hell of an image. Love it. Very happy about that. Oh, yeah. When you're in photo mode, you can advance frame by frame, which is a really nice feature. Like, we can get a really close look at how the tendrils actually look. I wonder how different this looks in Prepare to Die edition, right? The projectiles, I think, are going to be made of the same thing, but like the trail behind them, you know, they did redo like the visual effects or whatever. Either way, it looks completely sick here, so. Man, it takes so much work to make a game asset like this, and so many players don't even see it. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's so cool. It's so cool. All of the weird little orbs on the head. We can get a better look at those if we disable the model. To do that, I could go to Game Rend. Ta-da! So this is probably the clearest look anyone's ever gotten at like the weird orbs that spawn on top. It's not the same as Miracle Resonance. It's like it evokes something very similar, but it's not the exact same. It's not the same asset. Although the way they distort does look something kind of similar to that. But these like grow. Yeah, no, yeah, it's similar, but they're different. Yeah, and some of the individual straights are probably from a texture library. Yeah, like whatever, like this version, like this, like just the empty outline of a circle. Like they definitely just pulled that from somewhere, right? Like that core though, like what is going on? Ugh, it's gross. It's disgusting. I wonder if I can find, because I talked about it in past streams about like changing the color. So something I mentioned in a previous stream is that I don't know how blue phantoms work, which is a very funny thing to say, but like I don't understand. They share the same character type as red invaders, but character type determines your color. So something somewhere is just like overriding the color of the character type. Extremely weird thing to do, because you have all of these unique character types for all these different phantom colors, and they just decided to like dynamically modify red phantoms to become blue. What? I don't understand that. That is a very strange choice. Why would they do that? But let me go back into what menu was that? Character instructions. Let's make him red again. Which was what, character type like 3 or something? 2. I don't remember where the menu is for, like, because I remember like playing around with some sliders in here where I could just change these sorts of colors. No. Resource. Wait, hold on. Resource. Here we go. It's this. Hot Pocket, do you know what MTD is in the MTD manager? I'm pretty certain this is the correct menu. Now I just have to find Vagrants, which I don't know. This might not be the best example, because I don't know if I can find... I might have to do it like on the player character instead. Yeah, material something. Yeah, but basically, like, I would just go through all of these, changing the colors, and somewhere in one of these menus, you can change the red shader. So I'm assuming that whenever you invade as a blue phantom, it, like, arbitrarily overrides some of these RGB sliders, which is just like, what? Like, that seems wild, but I can't think of any other way they would do it if... Hey, wait, hold on. Ghost Pram, black. Let's fucking go. Here it is. Yeah, and yeah. So we can see the default settings for what a red phantom is. 255 red, 63 green, 51 blue. But we can just change it. Like, we can just do whatever we want. We're gonna get a green Vagrant. The elusive green Vagrant no one's ever seen before. Like a cyan Vagrant. This is so cool. I love this shit. Oh yeah, and I think, isn't this like the underlighting? Like, isn't this, yeah. Oh, we can get really weird with it, but hold on, one color at a time. Yeah, we can. So like, this is like what a blue phantom is basically. They just changed these sliders. I'm assuming. I don't know for certain that's how that works behind the scenes. Again, because I was never really able to take debug online to look at that. Well, no, okay. I'll take that back. The reason that I know that a blue phantom is the same character type as a red phantom is because I did check that in debug and prepare to die edition way back. I was shocked that I couldn't find the blue color. So I was like, let me become a blue phantom and see what the hell happens. Okay, it's because it's the same as red. But at the time I did that, I had no idea about this menu. So I wasn't able to like confirm it at that point in time. So I might have to go back at some point, get debug installed and prepare to die edition, and do whatever I have to do to get it online again. Find a testing partner to do the same, and see if we can get to the bottom of what makes a blue phantom. But yeah, let's make some weird colors. So we can make the dark colors like some weird shit. Electric Vagrant. Can't you just invade Lautrec offline? Yes, we can. Let's do that. So yeah, this material slider, very cool. So yeah, it's how... Oh, I like this. Like that's super cool looking. Weird, like dark brown. Very slightly almost reddish, but yeah, it's like a... Okay. Yeah, we'll do some testing in Lautrec here in a second. Live testing. Ah! These sliders are so fucking cool. I forgot that they were so neatly labeled for the character types. So... we could, for example... It says MTD man, so I'm going to... Oh, I messed with some of those other sliders a bit. But yeah, like, would I be able to, like... That's resource MTD. What are you? Is this what I have selected currently? Like... Doesn't seem like it. It has one called blue. There's literally one called blue. So we already have the values. I think it's probably just... So maybe it doesn't have to change the sliders on the red phantom directly. Maybe it uses the character type of the red phantom, but somehow deeper in the exe, in the game code, it says, okay, but apply Ghost Pram blue. That's gotta be what's happening. So it's just so fucking weird that it's just this isn't its own character type. All of these are their own character types, aside from blue. But yeah, let's go poke around anyways with Lautrec. So we will wave goodbye to the Vagrant. Goodbye. I'm gonna pretend like that teleport away worked. It didn't. And off he goes. Oh, wait, so one other thing I could talk about with the Vagrant menu, though, is other fun stuff in here. Is that there are options here for, I don't remember which one it is, appearable all item, disable Vagrant for event. I think it's appearable all item. Normally, this is what you could use to self-spawn Vagrants. If I turn that to yes, and then lose Bloodstains with Humanity or drop items, then they come back to me. But I've only ever gotten that to work to Prepare to Die edition. It doesn't work in the remaster for some reason. So, and I somehow lost the outgoing Vagrants, which I don't understand either. But like they should have been locked in there on the save file, I would assume. But hey, whatever. But there's also other settings you can change. For example, here's all of the parameters that determine how many passes it takes to create a good Vagrant, or any type of Vagrant. So 0 is telling us that when you lose a Bloodstain with 5 Humanity, that's why the recipient gets the Evil Vagrant instantly, because it requires 0 passes. 20 passes is when it becomes the Black Phantom. And then, good Vagrants. 10 passes for the Drift item bag to turn to the good Vagrant. 20 passes to turn. So when I was self-spawning Vagrants, like in Debug, like when it does work in Prepare to Die edition, if I want to make a good Vagrant for myself, I don't have to pass it around 10 times to myself. I can just change one of those to 1. You know, like... so that's how that works. Well, no, 0 just means you get the Evil Vagrant instantly, because you can't send Bloodstains. Right, like the... I know that sounds funny to say, because like you do get Bloodstains that you can interact with to watch animations of players dying, but that's like wholly disconnected from getting Vagrants. It's not really like a animation Bloodstain turns into a Vagrant. Like they're just it when you die, like it'll create the two things like simultaneously, independently. In fact, Bloodstain would be handled in the Bloodstain menu, which is right here. What do these timers do? I don't know. This could be a deep dive for another day. How long does a Bloodstain last in your world? 300 seconds? I don't know. I feel like they've stuck around longer sometimes. Maybe if you interact with them, they freeze. So maybe that's why some of these numbers are frozen. Those are ones I interacted with. Ones you never touch go away after time, maybe. Download interval, 120 seconds. Like, what does that mean? Like, there's a lot of minor, depending on how deep you want to dig, there's a lot of minor mysteries that, like, I have no idea how any of this shit works. Like, and I think a lot of data miners and people in the community don't really know, just because you're getting so deep into the weeds where you're like, no modders ever cared about how Bloodstains transmit on the network, right? Like, that's Bonfire should be, oh god, what are all of these? This should relate to kindling bonfires, I think. Resonance magic is a menu for sending and receiving miracle resonance. I wish so badly I could take this online. I wish I could be online with the remastered version of Debug and analyze resonance activity. Would it tell us any information about why it's not transmitting well? Probably not, because it would just be like, when you get it, you get it. Because based on remember how it looked in the original menu, I don't think I'd be able to learn anything, but like, this is just such like one of those tantalizing things to me. Like, god damn it, I want to see this working. Place resonance magic. It's not going to try if I'm offline, right? Is it going to even attempt to create anything? Yeah. So it's trying to create miracle resonance, but like, why is it so bad at sending? I don't know. Wandering Ghosts, those are your own ghost animations. You can turn them on for yourself. I don't remember which one is which. But yeah, this is crystal clear proof when a lot of people are confused about, they thought ghosts were real time of other players. And it's like, no, you create these animations in 8-second chunks, and then it sends that animation off to someone else. Oh no, it's probably the always display one. Yeah. So here I get my own ghosts. You can see how, you know, the ghosts are simplified. They don't reflect armor. You're always naked when you're not near your bonfire as a ghost. So yeah, like these are as recent, as close to real time as a ghost could possibly be. So hold on, is this gonna if I do the weird walking thing that chat taught to me, can I not do that with the, why doesn't this work anymore? Does this not work in debug? Some debug control was used to do something in debug, maybe on the modded. I can't do the weird slow walk that was taught to me. The control. I wanted to see what I wanted to see if that ghost would display like that. Like obviously the ghost will look like this with these weird silly movements, but yeah, I'll have to try poop walk sometime as well with a ghost and see if that would work. I think the movements, the ghost animations are smoothed out. Look at that. They're not as herky jerky. I could like rapidly turn around, but hold on. I'm just gonna do this for a while. Look at that. The animation's a lie. That explains why you don't see ghosts doing like truly unhinged nonsense. Yeah, that kind of bodes poorly for poop walking transmitting, but I'll test that properly another time. Yeah, let's without further ado, let's invade Lautrec. In order to do that, let me reboot debug once more. I have to Alt F4 the game to reboot it entirely. I could probably mess around with my character file and like oh wait, there was one other thing I forgot to do. One other really important thing that I wanted to check on the actual character. Game. Is game data? Death number 1386. I don't know what. Here, I'll on stream. Let's do this. Why not? I'm going to pull up my own channel and look at the last episode of the mapless run, because this is the same character as the mapless run. So, you know, we have to subtract the deaths in the mapless run to know how many times we died spawning vagrants. Gonna hear my own voice. Death count reveal. I'm so glad I put chapters in these VODs. Bosses. So I'm gonna hear my own voice from the stream. Ash Lake Hydra. Wait, what number is that? Death count was. I gotta like maximize this window for a second. See what I can. 461. So that is 925. We died 925 times spawning vagrants throughout the whole game. What nonsense. Okay. Let me get my windows back to where they were. Okay. And then, all right, so now we'll test this blue thing just to double check it. Now I'm wondering if I came to the same revelation years ago about the blue phantom color and literally like just forgot. That is quite possible. Okay, boot it up again. And, you know, I'm going to get rid of the checklist. That's a big thing. And I don't know what I did to the text to not see it anymore, but... Oh, you know, I did the fade out. Fade out. I forgot that I had that. There we go. Just to sort of keep that in our memory of the stream progress. Yeah, 925. The fact that it was less than 1,000 is like really good. I'm glad I have a stat for that now. Like, that is really funny. And again, doing this on your own without stream's help, number would have been vastly larger. Like, no way it would have been less than like 5,000, probably. Okay, so we need to... Oh yeah, so this is a perfect example of what I was talking about. I want to force progress so that I can invade Lautrec. So I don't think simply having the black eye orb in my inventory is enough. So I'm just going to go through the motions here. So ring both bells, what does that look like? I'm going to... There's probably a way to force event flag specifically, but I have to know what each event flag is. I don't feel like researching. So this is how I do it if I was working on a video to like get to Lautrec's invasion. I just have to ring both bells. Or pick up both Firekeeper souls, whatever. It doesn't really matter which. Okay, first bell down. Second bell down. Firekeeper's dead. You really get to test like minimum questline triggers this way really well, right? Like, because you get to really like, oh, what event triggers this? And it's like, oh, I get to avoid the game, so I get to be really certain that I didn't have to like beat the gargoyles, that it was just ringing the bell, you know, like stuff like that, to that level of specificity. So, Anorlando. This is proof that I've spent quite some time in debug. I just like knowing, having all the map numbers memorized. So I know 1501 is like Anorlando. And I don't know the other Souls games that well though. You ask me like, what map number is Hyde's Tower of Flame? Dark Souls 2, I have no idea. Then I just consult a list, Blue Eye Orb, made by Meow Martus. Okay, I'm gonna make myself invulnerable, but also I'll just shut off their movement. It's funny, it won't stop his dialogue for triggering, so I could run up to him and he's gonna start like taunting me, but he's not gonna do shit.
Well, look at you. I thought you were wiser. But I thought wrong. 'Tis a terrible pity. Like a moth.
Yeah. Alright, so let's go to that MTD folder. Well, first of all, character type. Yeah, character type 2. So it's like it's the same one that you would choose to become red. So weird. And then resource. Ghost Bram. Yeah, so it is. Oh, look at that. That's cool. Got some like mound makers up in the shit. So yeah, it is just the blue one. So it knows how to load this. It knows how to sync Ghost Pram Blue behind the scenes. Weird little quirk that always again, like no one else cares about this, but it always confused the hell out of me that Blue Phantoms didn't get their own character type. So there's no easy way, like if I wanted to like get footage of pretending to be a Blue Phantom, I would make myself red and then have to make the red sliders match these sliders. But that could be fun colors instead. Ghost edge color. Oh yeah, look at this. It looks like I'm like I've like walked into like a virtual world, right? Like the Chosen Undead, like he's inside a computer program now. Exactly. We've got Trond. Okay, so yeah, I think it'd be fun to like do more poking around in debug as that's a future stream idea as well. Of what I'd like to do with Hot Pocket at some point. It would be kind of fun to try to task myself to like learn what more things are in here though, because you never know like what video ideas could spawn from learning. I didn't know where camera shake was shown in debug, but like just discovered that in the mapless run or whatever, so you can always find weird things. Again, I don't know. Screenshot. I'm afraid to like. This is shit that's gonna like crash it. Not that it matters. It doesn't hurt anything if I crash the game all the time. Especially because again, we're in the mode of the game that doesn't have any save data, so there's no just all F4 constantly. But yeah, there's a lot of weird little. Font sharpen power, like oh, movie. This is how we play the intro cutscene, I think. Yeah, there we go. That's how we play the opening cutscene. Yeah, why would they re-abandon in cutscene there? It must be like a little transition. Because all of the normal, these are all the pre-rendered cutscenes is what these are. These are actual these are video files that are playing here. What does it do though? How does the title screen work then? Does it like transition to text that? Yeah, I have no idea. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. Let's go. Oh, I didn't like that. Subtitles are unhappy now. Yeah. What? Oh, okay. We're back. We're back. I didn't realize it's still playing the whole time behind the scenes. But now, like, the subtitles don't display over... Yeah, the subtitles broke somehow, which doesn't surprise me because we're kind of fucking around. Yeah. Censored. She's saying some extremely nasty things about the Chosen Undead. You wouldn't believe what she said about Gwyn. So that's that. And I'm going to close out the stream with one last thing. What am I looking for? I'm looking for Smithbox. Oh yeah, I have to mod files though. This will only take 1 second. I'm gonna need to go into Dark Souls Remastered. Map Studio. That's what I'm looking for. All right, I'm gonna delete all the game maps. I mean, I've them backed up in a different folder. I'm going to load the maps from Unpatched 1.0 Xbox 360 into Map Studio. So I'm just going to put all of those there. Okay, let's get Smithbox. There we go. There it is. So, again, I talked about this earlier in the stream, but I'll reiterate again. Wild circumstances caused us to learn that a glitch in how the game was patched was screwed up in the original version of the game on Xbox 360. In the final version of the game, there are 2 different instances of Darkroot Garden. There will be one called No DLC and one that has the DLC. The Darkroot Garden map is the exact same file number, but it just ends with a 1 instead. So we believe whatever patching mechanism got confused by there being 2 different maps, and they somehow botched it and it didn't patch correctly. So the unpatched version of the game does have different locations for Vagrants. So I just want to close out the stream showing all of the places that Vagrants will spawn in Darkroot Garden if you're playing the original version of the game on Xbox 360. Again, shout out to Axel in the chat for discovering this. They were following along with the Vagrant stream, spamming the Xbox 360 network with them, and they were like, what the hell is up with these locations? Yeah, Smithbox here, this is like a popular modding tool for Dark Souls. So we can look at the map data. I have the map data that was data mined from the Xbox 360 game, and I just sort of replaced it, the folders. You know, if I was going to mod Dark Souls Remastered, I would use this, but I just snuck in the Xbox 360 values. So right off to start here, we had a good Vagrant buy this item. This is the one that took us like 3 hours to spawn. He's right by this spot here is the cliffside of the Darkroot Basin. This is like where the corpse item is. So the good Vagrant is like right where the mouse cursor was. He's gone. So he has a different location. They all have different locations. We saw one in the water by the waterfall. He's not here. Oh yeah, Batwing Demon, ignore him. He's just dummied out content. That has nothing to do with Unpatched Dark Souls. That's just dummied out content in all versions of Dark Souls. Like, yeah, there's all sorts of weird dummied out shit. Like, if I go to check properties, this has been labeled as dummy enemy. Question for Hot Pocket. Is there something in the data that designates them specifically as dummy, or was some clever stuff happening with Smithbox where like Smithbox knows how to identify them as that and just labeled them as dummies, so it's like less confusing for modders? I'm curious about that. It's not super common throughout the game, but it's not like this isn't like the only place it happens in the game. There's a separate category in the MSB. Oh, interesting. Yeah, there's dummied out enemies. Like, whenever I see stuff like this, I don't necessarily assume that it says, like, hey, at one point they were really thinking of having Batwing Demons here. Like, maybe they were. But it could just be, like, testing shit, you know? Like, they wanted to test their combat at a certain environment. Although, the way they're spread out throughout the garden is, like, actually maybe they were contemplating. So, like, it's an interesting spot thing of cut content that people don't talk about as much, but we kind of don't know what to make of it as much. You know, it's like, it sounds spicy if you say, hey, the Batwing demons used to be in the garden, but like, oh, like, okay. So anyways, Good Vagrant was on the bridge. That's where we found it. Here instead, it's between Shiva and Shiva's bodyguard. So that's where you could find it instead if you're playing on the Xbox 360. Or, you know, playing on a modern Xbox, but you're playing the 360 version of the game through backwards compatibility. Because they did not patch the area correctly, so the old placements apply. There's Shiva's bodyguard right on the cliff's edge, but like his location in the final game now is like over here. Like, so that's his old placement. Yeah, this is the one that set it all off. This is the one that Axel contacted me over, being like, again, in the Royal Wood, this is where we found evil vagrants and like that version of the map. But yeah, he's just here in Darkroot Garden. He was supposed to be over here, right? He was like somewhere right by my mouse cursor, near like overlooking the bridge to Sif. So he's back further in the Darkroot Garden now. Then we have some weird stuff going on. Where was it? Where's all the frog rays? Over here. The Good Vagrant we found on this path behind all the frog rays and the Stone Knight. Good Vagrant was right here, but actually he was closer to the corpse item over here for some reason before. So that's interesting. I don't see the corpse item here in the map data. I don't know if I just don't have things fully loaded correctly or if 1.0 didn't have a corpse item over here. That could be it. They could have decided to add another item over here, and then they said, well, there's a Vagrant right next to it, so let's move it. For half the Vagrants in the basin? Well, here's the thing. Yeah. We didn't see them in the basin. And they're not elsewhere in the basin, which is the interesting part. 1.0 doesn't have any in the area called the basin, which isn't to say there's less Vagrants here. They're just elsewhere in the Darkroot Garden. So there's an evil Vagrant down here as well, which he's not here in the final game. That's, I think, the one from the Wolf Ring, or that's the one from the basin. I was too lazy to check the entity IDs to find out like which one swapped positions. But yeah, that's one of the evil Vagrants. Either the one from the basin or the one by the Wolf Ring. Then, either the one from by the basin or the Wolf Ring up here as well. How do I get my bearings? Trying to show this in a way that doesn't look like a clusterfuck. What am I doing? Yeah, right here. So here's the Wolf Ring cliff. So the evil Vagrant can spawn here. Then we have another one. It's just on the main path, just like headed towards the bonfire, right? Like that's the bonfire straight up by the mouse cursor. So he's there instead. And then the room with the trapped, the tree guys who pop out as a trap and you pick up the item. That's where I guess the basin Good Vagrant shows up. So so good. It's really fascinating looking at their original placement. Oh, here we go. I missed one of the evil Vagrants. I missed one. There we go. There's the other one, I guess. I'm gonna have to take a closer look off stream at like the entity IDs to really get this mapped out, but well, that's the thing, Scant here. Yeah, there was one in where was it? There were a couple mismatches. One of them was in Sen's Fortress, where like dropping items on the rooftop didn't sync to the Vagrant spawning on the rooftop. I guarantee it's because of moved Vagrants. The thing is, I looked at the Sen's Fortress map in 1.0, and they have the final placements, but clearly they were changing them. So like, in the process of changing them, so it's not too surprising that some would get the final placements. Like, but yeah, I guess there was one here by the tree lizard too, so that's fun. It's so weird. Why did they move these? Does it matter? These things are so rare that like, I don't know. Again, if the logic was like, oh, we didn't have a corpse item by some of these vagrants yet, and then we did, so that's why we didn't put the vagrants right next to them, like, that doesn't stop vagrants from showing up next to items. That's how it is here in the final game. The hunter set is right here, and the good vagrant's right here. It's not like you can't, you know? I don't know. It does make sense moving some into the basin, though. Maybe they got a little self-conscious that there weren't any out in this part of the level, I guess. But yeah, let me double check Sun's Fortress really quick, because I'm pretty sure these locations, yeah, good vagrants where it's supposed to be. But again, just knowing they were moving them around, like, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the cause of that. Yeah, because all of these, I did check this earlier, all of them are where they're supposed to be in 1.0. But in other levels, let's see if we can find, like, are they different in the kiln? Yeah, they are different in the kiln. Evil Vagrant was on the path. Well, this is confusing because this map piece is like transposed. Sometimes that kind of happens every now and again with the map data. Don't ask me why. I have no fucking clue what the logic is behind that. But yeah, so Evil Vagrant was just like, he's at the end of the path, but they decided to move him like onto the path. Like, you know, right here on it. When, you know, that was actually up here though, but hey, the good vagrant's in the same spot though. They didn't fuck with him. The good vagrant cove is legit. They knew they were cooking with that location, I guess. They're like, that's our favorite cove off to the side. Don't mess with perfection. Anne Orlando has some just like wildly different vagrant locations. Again, I'll probably redo the video on vagrants at some point to be more thorough, going into more detail about the vagrant cooldown timer, actually showing all of their spawn locations, and then talk about like moved stuff and talk about the glitch in the Darkroot garden and stuff like that. Like, so there's definitely an expanded version of that video I can make. I don't think it'll be like very soon though. I don't think I want to make other videos. So like, that video could be like a year off easily. But I've contemplated redoing some videos in the past. So yeah, here's an Evil Vagrant out on the path with the gargoyles. We didn't see that. Good Vagrant is still behind the elevator though, so they didn't mess with him. I'm guessing the one out on the path is probably the one at the base of Gwynevere's statue. Yeah, because that's gone. That's not there. There's a good vagrant by the Dragon Slayer bow. Yeah, you go out the broken window, hug the thing, and then go there for a good vagrant. I think that's the one that became the hidden buttress vagrant. Yeah, because that one's gone. Yeah, so I can see why they changed some of these. Some of these placements are more boring. Some, like the ones in Darkroot Garden were kind of like placed around, but like the one just immediately on the path to the gargoyles, it's more interesting on the base of the Gwynevere statue. That's objectively more interesting. Like a lot of people don't realize you can land down there and then roll through that window, and that's how you get the divine blessing up there. You know, like it's a weird side path. So like it highlights a side path rather than just being on the main path. And then in here, again, just in the middle of the main hall, or it could be instead up on the second floor by the broken window. Much more interesting placement. So, yeah, it could be that they thought vagrants would be more common as well and wanted to kind of like put them in weirder, more interesting spots, such as like on the main path. Oh, that is a wild good vagrant placement though. What the fuck? Okay, so that's down the dead end of the dead end path with the second Silver Knight Archer, like the one that most people just ignore. That's fun. I have no idea what's going on inside the building here. Are we going to find vagrants in here? It's like hard to fly a camera around. What happens if I delete that? Can I like do cross-section views of the tear this place apart looking for vagrants? Anyways, I'll do the deep dive on like all of the 1.0 Vagrant locations some other time, but like it's cool to know it's different in the unpatched version of the game, which can't be experienced because you can't take the unpatched version online. But again, funnily enough, they didn't patch Darkroot correctly. A glitch we literally just discovered today. Brand new discovery. So Darkroot Garden has on Xbox 360, maybe PS3, but probably not. It has 1.0 Vagrant placements. It should have 1.0 Gravelord Black Phantom placements, which I don't think the Gravelord Black Phantom placements are that exotically different. I wonder if I could tell by looking at this, actually. That'll be like a last thing to look at here. I wonder if the differences is obvious enough that I can look at it and be like, oh yeah, that's wrong. But if they just moved them a few feet, like I don't really remember their placement that specifically. So in the forest, there should be... Yeah, they're moved. This is a Gravelord Black Phantom Mushroom Parent. He should be like over here a little bit more by my mouse. And there should be 2 Black Phantom Mushroom Children right next to him. Which one are the Black Phantoms in this mess? I have no idea which is which. You know, like there's probably some way to find out, but yeah, I have no idea. So they definitely moved the Black Phantom mushrooms. Again, the Black Phantom parent should have 2 mushroom children like right next to it. And again, it's right by where my mouse is, somewhere in that ballpark more. And then I think the only other Gravelorded enemies in Darkroot are just the Stone Knights on the way to the Moonlight Butterfly. Yeah, I can't tell if these are... These are not obviously different in any way. I would have to really compare the screenshots in both versions here to tell how much they moved. Which I will do that for the person who sent me that Vagrant video, because, like, I don't know if they intend on getting Gravelorded. Like, if they're following the Spawning All Vagrants run, I imagine they're, like, dupe glitching the hell out of items and stuff like that. Maybe they leveled up really high. Maybe it'd be hard to find another player the same level. But I don't know. I'm going to ask around. Like, if that's something that they're interested in doing, if they wanted... I would like to find someone else who has the game on the Xbox 360 and is willing to test that with them. Like, I would like to get them in contact. So I'll ask around and see if we can, like, do that if that's something they're interested in doing. Because, again, we know that the 1.0 stuff didn't patch correctly in Darkroot, so he should have all of the wrong locations for that. But it'd be cool to just actually see, just be 100% sure. And to also find out if he has the misplaced Shiva's bodyguard, because that would be very funny. I think the reason they patched Shiva's bodyguard is because he was so close to the cliff, and I think he was sometimes randomly dying. The way he's perched there, like he might have been a little in a funky spot that didn't behave well with the geometry. So if he like left and came back to the area, he might like fall through the map and die or something like that. So it was a nasty glitch where like you could break Covenant, lose all of your Covenant progress randomly. All of a sudden, like, oops, Force Hunters are mad at me and I have to pay absolution. Like, what the hell? Yeah, so Jake Peterson, if you have the game on 360, again, make sure it's specifically not the Prepare to Die Edition re-release. But if you're able to take the 360 version online so that it patches, you do want to do that because you want to make sure the patch failed is like what you're testing for specifically. Like, so you want the rest of the games to be patched. You want to be able to go online. That would be good second confirmation. Again, I'm not asking you to self-grind Vagrants into existence to make sure those changed, but like you could check to see what's up with like Shiva's bodyguard potentially. Very, very funny stuff. So anyways, just rambling now. High on the success of the run. Yeah. This was super cool. Got to learn a bunch of new. I'm trying to reflect on like things that I learned. Didn't know about issues with good vagrants spawning without full HP. Still don't understand that. That's a mystery. That's an open mystery. Definitely learned about, unrelated to Vagrant specifically, but I didn't realize that visual. I'm glad I learned this before I got to the site episode, that, and I would have tested it, but that site target forget time, the amount of time it takes for an enemy to forget about you after they see you. I learned about that in the Vagrant stream with the one in the Taurus Demon boss arena. Like, that Vagrant kept de-aggroing faster than I was expecting, and I was like, what's up with that? And it's like, no, that's just a constant throughout the game. It's like, oh yeah, duh. When you use visual stealth, it's easy to get away with enemies with hidden body and stuff like that. Like, it's one of those things that intuitively makes sense, but when you get into the weeds of like looking at how parameters work and how things work, it's like, oh yeah, enemies have a site target forget time value. I expect it to work that way. I don't see a cast of hidden body like in the data, like telling it to override. Right, there's not like a parameter like override site target forget time. Yes, you know, like it doesn't exist with that level of transparency. So stuff like that comes as a surprise sometimes. So we still don't know how that works. I'll do more testing on it eventually. Like, do they de-aggro instantly when you're out of their site, or is the site target forget time timer just drastically reduced? That'll be fun to poke around with. Yeah. So it's been a learning experience. It's always fun messing around and learning new things. And again, I don't know what else to say. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out with me this whole time. You make this experience like so much fun. Like, I genuinely enjoy. No stream for the Mapless Run or Vagrant Run has ever been like, whoops. It's that time of day. Gotta do that now. Like, no, like I look forward to this. It's fun. So just, I'm really thankful I started streaming, because this has been a great experience. Oh yeah, I guess I could leave off saying Sunday, I'm going to be streaming an indie game called Crawling Angels, and I don't know how many streams that game will be for. It probably won't be like a stream series that goes on very long, but I don't know how much game content there is, right? I'm going into the game effectively completely blind. The reason I am playing that game, though, is I spoke with one of the developers. And it's not sponsored. They weren't like, please play my game on stream. There was no conversation ever like that. And what can I say about it right now? I know it's going to get less viewers because it's not Dark Souls, but if you're here with me to the end tonight, you should watch me stream Crawling Angels. And I won't say any more. You know, there's a reason I'm saying that when I wouldn't say that about like another game that isn't Dark Souls. So yeah, join me on Sunday for some weird, and the Crawling Angels looks completely bananas too. The game is just like, so, again, it's like a sandbox. You have to keep finding different ways to kill like a rubber chicken or prop chicken or something, and like you're maybe kidnapped and you're at some haunted existential horror, Lovecraftian horror circus. I don't know how to describe it. It looks so wild. So I'm very much looking forward to it. And yeah, it just came out like a month ago or something like that. So it's going to be like I don't know how many people have like streamed it. You know, I don't know how much attention it's gotten. So hopefully we can help get the word out. Again, and I have no idea what the game is like, but I like the idea of a game where like you don't know what you're doing and you just have to find out what you're doing as you're doing it. So that's it. I guess without further ado, I'm gonna log off. Thanks everyone for hanging out, and hopefully catch you Sunday. Have a good night.